And we're gonna dive into Longdeath now, I think. I think that's the plan. To dive into Longdeath. Is that really the #1 type of bankruptcy? Not due to bank loan defaults? Because I would assume that the #1 type of bankruptcy in the US would be bank loans defaulting from overspending. All right. So the fortress is 413 years old. We're going to be aiming for 414, which I'm sure we'll hit shortly after. Still at war with 2 human factions. Losing my voice, apparently. Blah, blah, blah. Still at war with 2 separate human factions. We've had a few... Would be student debt. Oh, true, yeah. Off the top of my head, I know 2 American streamers who defaulted on student loans. So, 2. One has a degree in law, one has a degree in psychology. And they both defaulted on their student debt. But I don't know. I live in Canada, where medical debt isn't a thing, unless it's like aesthetic medical debt, but like, or non-important surgeries where you have to pay out of pocket. But generally when people do that, they save, and they do it like an investment or like purchasing a car. So like if you're going to have some sort of aesthetic, like non-essential aesthetic surgery, then usually you've saved for that. Anyway, the dwarves that are alive in the fortress are Dragon, Volleylol, Letharticus, Anonymous, Merc, Mist, Anthony, Malden, Bloodcat, Disco, Diamond, Destruct, wait, what? Tygo the third, Little M. Katsu the second, who I'm still surprised is alive, Zintros, Hoshan, the Scoid, Rory, Stone, Red Octobear, Paranoid, Metroid, Arch, Do It, and of course Hops the second. And then all the way down here we have Jimmy, Tibby, Farana, Ayer, Havoc, Aquafunkalistic, Booty Wap, Pilot, and Navy. And the interesting thing is, the king is dead. King died of old age. You literally either pay it off or die. Well, I mean, we're all gonna die, so you will theoretically would pay it off and then die anyway, by that logic. Because we all die. I've had some frame rate annoyances that, nope, the king didn't get offed by anybody, no. That was in the previous timeline, and there's no queen. This is Longdeath. There's a queen in the other fortress. No, the king died happily of old age in this timeline. So King Massive finally passed away. Their son is now the king of the, what is it called? The Ignited Creation, I guess, who's radio-free Olive, who lives in a different fortress, because we had, yeah, you are in fact mixing up worlds. I only have 2, it shouldn't be that difficult. And it's been 2 months since we went back in time a little bit, so I don't know, it shouldn't be that difficult to keep track of my 2 worlds. But we have some frame rate problems in Longdeath, which I need to figure out. They kind of started up relatively recently. I think somebody's stuck somewhere, probably behind a door somewhere. So it's going to be a matter of kind of sussing out that. But, you know, shouldn't be too bad. That or there's just too many naked bulldogs in the basement, and I need to set them on fire soon. But, Pilot Guy, thanks for checking a gift sub at Farana. It's much appreciated. Just a reminder to everybody, September is coming on Twitch, but keep in mind, it's going to have very little effect on this channel. You're going to see a lot of streamers shouting about it, but it's going to have very little effect because it only actually matters if you haven't subbed in a channel before. So if you've only prime subbed or only been gifted a sub and you yourself are upgrading it. So I don't think it's going to have very much effect here because there's no discounts for gifted subs or anything. Which means it might as well not matter. Some of you who are old school on Twitch or have been on Twitch for a while might remember the very first time Twitch ever did a big subscription sale for September. And it was just straight up 50% off all subscriptions. So everybody was unsubbing and then resubbing for 50% off. It was a great deal, and they haven't done it since. I think my theory is that they just straight up can't afford to do it. Okay, so you are stuck. Okay, you are the pathing culprit. Or at least one of them. But I think we'll just release the dwarves from the tavern lock, and we'll see if we get invaded again. It's been about a year since we last got invaded, so we get to deal with this over the next little bit, and we'll see how things go. We do have a couple depressed merchants, but they're just merchants. The dwarves that are depressed are, generally fine. Wait, what keeps tantruming and then getting beaten up by the captain of the guard, which is unfortunate, but, is what it is. Trying to keep things functional. But yeah, no, last few days of August, which means summer is starting to wind down. Anybody got any things they got to get done before the end of the summer? One more trip to the beach type thing? I've got one more backpacking trip planned for summer gear. We're going to try and go up Golden Ears, which is a mountain I really, really, really want to hike up. And I think my dad is going to tag along with us because he's just like, I really want to do that trip. And he's never been to the top of it. So I'm going to be dragging my dad on his first backpacking trip since he was in his 30s. So it's been like probably 30 something years since my dad last went backpacking. So we're going to drag him up the mountain, we're going to drag him up the mountain. But yeah, so deducing what's wrong with the frame rate is going to be, I think, the task for the next little bit of Longdeath. Too cold here to go to the beach? Yeah, it's never too cold to go to a beach. Best time of year to go to the beach is in the winter because they're not packed. They're not up. Diamond. Of getting laid / a GF. I mean, you could be less crass about it. How long left? Fuck if I know. I'm not your, secretary. Chat, don't tell him. He's got a gambling problem. Actually, I'm curious. No, okay, it's not even overflowing. Then what? And what is causing the frame rate dip? I'm actually starting to wonder about something. It's like, I've got all these minotaurs and giants in cages. But I'm waiting for the day that some of those cages that are made of wood just start falling apart. But yeah, no, we're not going to tell you. It'll be up soon. You just get to watch and wait and relax. Remember that there's more to the stream than just bragging about your ill-gotten gains, sir. Like hanging out and discussing, Dwarf Fortress and other various life-altering important activities, such as Dwarf Fortress. And, if you want to support this stream, maybe you could upvote that Reddit thread. Nobody else has, so gotta ask somebody. Also, where was I going with this? All your gains are hard won? I don't have gains. I just have sad existence. And, streamer's just going to also say maybe he will reset investments if somebody takes the #1 spot on that leaderboard. I feel I have to be, like, annoying currently to get by the basic minimums I need. They're not up. We've been talking about this for the last 5 minutes. Air. Like, the whole discussion here is that investments are not open. He's just literally yelling. He's like, when's investments gonna be up? You could have figured that out by just scrolling up. You were AFK for about 5... Scroll up in chat! You'll literally see him saying, oh no, they're not up. Well, thank you, Diamond. Much appreciated. If that takes effort. The only effort that you've wasted is your own. Typing in. Just gonna wait for them to finish putting stuff away. I'm starting to feel like that might be the problem here. Combine that with also, like, these elves being down here. Oh, wait, no. Actually, the elves are leaving, maybe? Yes, they do seem to be leaving. Wondering if something's stuck at the edge of the map. Which is also possible. How's the children of this fortress? Well, Farana's the oldest, I think. Yeah, 9 years old. She is disgusted upon being nauseated by his son. I'm worried about this one. When kids start getting into arguments with people constantly and then dwelling upon it, that's never a good sign. But aside from that, is pretty content after having a decent drink, which means we actually have drinks that she wants, which is good. I mean, she wants strawberry wine, so that's like our cultural beverage at this point. So, I don't know. Farana's doing all right. Ayer, aside from not being able to read chat to find out if investments are up, is exasperated upon snowstorms, but, you know, is enjoying playing make-believe and felt euphoric due to inebriation. So, you know, being a kid. As for the others, like, they're all too young to really tell. It's just kind of the usual. I mean, that one's 4. Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap is 3. Just is pretty green, a little bit embarrassed upon the lack of dining tables, and was grouchy, or felt enjoyment remembering playing with a toy artifact, which is kind of funny. And then Pilot is 2 years old. Born on the 6th of Timber. And I don't know why I'm scolding you for being crass, Pilot. I feel the exact same way, but it's just kind of like, yeah, it's part of life. Kiri, thanks for the raid. Hope you had fun at Gamescom. And hello, people from Kiritown. How's things in the land of winter? It was winter in this fort. And now it's spring. Unfortunately, you just missed the snow. But Dap Dude, hello. Kiri, what's up? Reza, hi. Renbjorn, what's up? Hello. How's everybody doing? Roger, good day. I think my mom just sent me a text. I am correct. My mom indeed did send me a text. Fortunately, it's not important, so I can just ignore it. You deserve it? Allegedly. We're trying to deduct what's wrong with my frame rate in this fort currently, because the frame rate went bye-bye recently, and I'm trying to figure out what the problem is. I have a few suspicions, and I think it's they're trying to put too many things away, and it'll speed up eventually. So I'm just kind of patiently waiting for the frame rate to fix itself, which will happen eventually. Because these have happened before, where the frame rate just disappears for a bit. I'm all right. Yeah, I'm all right. Lots of anxiety. I don't like traveling, and about a week before traveling, I get very anxiety filled. So anxiety. Yeah, that's how I am right now. And then I over prepare and overpack, like not overpack, but over prepare for everything that I need for traveling, and then it's always way easier than I expect, and I'm always like, God, why did I stress so much? And then next time I travel, I do it again, and I've always been that way. So, but I'm gonna meet someone famous at PAX. I've met famous people at PAX already, so, but yeah, I do get to meet some famous people at PAX. Although, I think like the weirdest conversations I've had with PAX are with people that are way more famous than I expected. You're a ball of stress. I mean, you just returned from traveling, and then like, when do you leave again? Because I'm just kind of assuming all that cat's out of the bag if Rez is asking me who I get to meet at PAX. For those of you who don't know, I get to high five a 2D Kiri at PAX West this year, which should be fun. I'm only going to be down there for like a day though. So I arrive at like 3 p.m. on the Saturday, and then I'm just going to go do badge pickup and hang out in a coffee shop that I like probably for the rest of the day. Maybe have a meeting outside of the convention hall. Sunday I will spend at the convention itself, and then Monday I train home. So you're always super paranoid about forgetting things you need. I mean, I'm just going to bring a book, my play date, and then put like 3 movies on my phone. And then probably just watch the movies and like for the way down. And then for what I actually need at the convention, proof of vaccination. And I've got copious amounts of that. So that's all I really need. I'm more just paranoid about like my credit card not working down there because America's dumb and I don't feel like taking out cash. So fingers crossed. If my credit card doesn't work, there is 2 different ATMs in the city of Seattle that will take my debit card, so I can take out cash when I'm down there. Best time of year to visit? Yeah, it's not scorchingly hot. The weather's supposed to be nice too. I mean, like the long term, like, what is Seattle weather for PAX weekend looking like? Yeah, it's literally like 25, 26, 23, 24 Celsius and partly cloudy or sunny. So, yeah, weather will be nice. It won't be raining like that one year I went to PAX. It was one year I went to PAX and it was just like pelting rain the entire time. It's like, oh, sweet. This is not good. Well, you know, I don't even think I'm gonna have business cards for PAX. Like, I'm very much gonna be there incognito. It'll be nice to go to a convention and not, like, be hustling the entire time, which is usually what I do when I'm at conventions. I don't set up a lot of meetings at conventions, but I'm usually trying to work. But, yeah, it'll be nice to just go to PAX and just chill. Like, I did order some business cards for PAX, but I don't think they're gonna be ready in time. But, you know, it is what it is. Also, something I was hoping I would be here by PAX, but it looks like it'll be here next week. Those patches have shipped. That's kind of fun. I think it'd be really fun to just, like, show up at PAX with, like, branded, like, band patches, essentially. Got another tantrum. Wait, what was dancing, but is now tantruming. I really wish that we could figure out what this dwarf needed. Because everything just seems to make them angry. And they just, they get mad when they throw tantrums, and they get mad when they're not throwing tantrums. It's like, dwarf, stop acting like me, and go get a life. Other dwarves are still storing stuff in stockpiles. I have a feeling I kind of overdid it on the crafts. Hulk smash? Not really Hulk. Like, more like a skinny, nerdy kid in the back of the class is Smash. Not exactly a very tough dwarf. I mean, this dwarf attacks somebody and it's like, slap them. Oh, great, you slapped them. They have a bruise on their nose now. Maybe they just want to be mad. Yeah, but that's not a solution. You don't know where to put it? Should put it on the back of a laptop, or like if you have anything with like a glowy dot on the back of it, put it over the glowy dot. Like if you have like a MacBook or type equivalent, just put it over that. That's where you should put it. Oh, there we go. He committed the crime. Oh, that's not a good person to punch either. The woodcrafter punches the captain of the guard in the left lower hand, bruising the muscle through their cloak. Literally just like turn around and punch the cop. And then the captain of the guard just dodged. Like, gave him a bruise, and then after that, he just dodged. Well, that seems like a really, a really good way, to get in trouble. How to get in trouble with the law. Punch the law. 9 witnesses. 7 witnesses. Yep. All right. So, what might your sentence be? There's more people reporting crimes? Oh. Let's see if he might even get a longer sentence. Currently, though, the captain of the guard is too busy listening to music. Now he's gonna go beat the criminal. There we go. I mean, justice, right? You punched me, I beat you. Well, yeah, no, you're a militia captain, not captain of the guard. If you were a captain of the guard, this dwarf would be dead. Because you are unbelievably strong, absolutely inexhaustible, relatively unbreakable, and blah blah blah. Like you are indefatigable, and would probably have pulverized that dwarf into the basement. 2 flavors of captain. Well, I mean, different jobs for different kinds of captains. There's captain of the guard and captains of the military, you know? The one benefit about me going to PAX is, like, you guys aren't even gonna notice that I was gone, really. Because ideally, I'm not even gonna miss a stream. I'm literally just going to stop to listen to some music to get into a punching. Clearly, yeah. But yeah, I'm not even gonna, like, miss a stream. I'm just going to be going to PAX on, like, my day off, I guess, or on the day that I would normally take off, and then bussing home on the Monday. The only thing that's really kind of got me worried is I have, like, a noticeable ear infection right now, which is, like, kind of not pleasant. Like, I went to a clinic for it yesterday. I got this thing to put in it, so it should be fine. But it's, like, it's annoying enough right now that I'm not looking forward to traveling if it's still bothering me. It's fine. I mean, the cause of it is these are my headphones that I wear when I'm not at my computer, and, like, they're fine. They're, like, some lower end Sennheisers, right? But this is fake leather, and it's been really hot out, so it makes my ears sweat a lot. Anyway, that's caused a bit of an ear infection, so that's gonna be fun. No, I mean, if in Dwarf Fortress you want your cop to be the spryest, weakest, scrawniest, wimpiest baby dude of all time, so that when they beat the crap out of your other citizens, they don't injure them too badly. Because otherwise, you're just gonna have extremely poorly, like, heavily dilapidated, injured, mangled dwarves. Or alternatively, one-shot dwarves, right? Like, you'll have, like, if your captain of the guard is super decked out and extremely tough, then, you know, you'll be all like, hey, this dwarf committed a crime, and then that dwarf just is suddenly dead because there's a hole the shape of a dwarf fist in their forehead. Yes, we need dwarves alive. This is true. Even if they're whiny little twits. Flick's ear, head flies off, yeah, and makes a head-shaped hole in wall. Precisely. That is absolutely what would happen. I love the fact that I can just look at, like, the Dwarf Fortress directory thumbnails and be like, ah, there's a lot of red in that person's fort. That's bad looking. Yeah, that I've seen many necks. Hey, look, the frame rate suddenly fixed itself. Okay. I guess they finally got enough stuff put away. Things are speeding up all of a sudden. Oh, and why do you keep going off? Is my mom still texting me? Nope, this is just random person following me on Twitter. Cool. You know, all of a sudden, Twitter started sending me notifications again, and I kind of have no idea why. I literally have Twitter blocked to send me notification, like push notifications to my phone. Yet they've started doing that again. It's like, how do I? And then I go into my phone settings. It's like, this app is not allowed to send you push notifications. It's like, then why are you sending me push notifications? What the fuck? Like that old Kung Fu movie. I have no idea what Kung Fu movie you're talking about, but that happens in Kung Fu Hustle. That guy goes, bah! And just like puts his fist right through that guy's head. Allegedly, that movie's getting a sequel. I don't know who's letting them do that, but good movie? Allegedly. It was, I will not say that Kung Fu Hustle was a good movie, but it was definitely a movie. It, you know, the internet line of that is a movie of all time. That's my opinion on Kung Fu Hustle, is that is in fact a movie of all time. They made it. You don't post anything on Twitter, they're bots. That's what they do. They find. And that's about it. I love the fact that I just have a giant in a wooden cage and the cage is going to fall apart eventually. I don't know. Can you move giants from one cage to another without actually releasing them? Not a great movie? I won't say that it was a good movie. It was a movie. And I enjoyed it. But I wouldn't even say it was a good movie. It was just a movie. But yeah, apparently they're making a sequel to Kung Fu Hustle. I've seen a poster for it flying around. You know, there's a part of me, because like, so every single like group of podcasters that I listen to, have a movie adjacent podcast, right? Like every single group of podcasters I listen to, it seems like, have their own film podcasts. And I would love to start a Halcyon Frequency film podcast just so I could like make the rest of the team watch movies like Kung Fu Hustle. But it's, you know, probably never going to happen. That and like Nicolas Cage's filmography, of course. You surround the cage with cage traps and hook it up to a lever? Sure, but I was wondering if I could just... Because you know how you can, like, set up two cages and you can just move a creature from one cage to another? I've moved, like, rocks from one cage to another that aren't trained or aren't tamed. But, you know, that would be a one episode. Oh, come on, it would be a great episode, though. But I don't know. I feel like I'm the only person on the team that actually would want to talk about movies enough to make it worth doing, so not going to happen. You want a pet rock? Like, would you name him Dwayne? Investments are open if you want to invest your tickets, chat. Diamond, your addiction's ready. You know you have pie tickets, Air? I just thought I'd make sure that you knew that. Are you aware that your tickets are pie? It's for burial. Apparently I've got ones I haven't marked for burial yet. That's a shame. Should really go around the back here. This is something I think I'm gonna do. And before Diamond misses it. I kind of hope Diamond misses it. Great martial arts teachers would tell you rocks are easy because they don't punch back. I've never tried to punch a friend or a pet of any kind that they were going to go get food. Well, I mean, you guys just get to, you know, hold it over their head then. Did Diamond actually go get food? I'm scrolling up now. Okay, I know, said, but eating back in 2 hours. And he's never back in 2 hours. He's always back in less time than that. Did in fact say he was going to go eat. So, I guess we'll see what happens. But yeah, no, my stress is like so bad right now that I considered taking today off. Just because, like, I don't know. I just get pre-travel stress and it just gets worse and worse and worse slowly. We need a ticket heist where everyone can gamble on stealing Diamond's tickets. If that was a bot feature, I would absolutely enable it, but it's not a bot feature, so I unfortunately can't do that. It literally doesn't have the functionality to do that. It's just straight up not an option. Maybe someday. Yeah, I think it's about as complicated as, you know, people have enough trouble understanding the gambling system as is. So if there was more mechanics to it, I don't think that would improve it for anybody. I think all it would do is cause mass confusion. Because, like, people seem to think that the, like, tickets thing that we have right now is already overly complicated. And, like, there are some people that maybe they're just dense, but, like, they just insist that I don't understand what this is. No! Not a dumb bot. Bot is exactly as smart as it needs to be, and it's smarter than you because you keep investing your tickets. It's like asking, who's dumb, the casino or the gambler? Completely manic up until the trip finally started? I don't get manic, but I do certainly get stressed. Although I would say it's probably, it's exacerbated because of the state of the world still. I'm still one of those people that's very stressed around people that I don't necessarily trust to, you know, actually not be sick. It's more of a people trust issues thing. Diamond sleeps with the bot. Well, I mean, there's many times when I'll wake up the next day and Diamond has been, like, on, like, in the chat all night, just gambling while I'm offline. I have no idea what you're talking about. Nuclear sneeze. You want to be the next Diamond? I feel like that's a pop song lyric. Kind of sad. Like, we're digging out this tunnel back here, and it's like, well, this is the next tunnel for more graves. As you know, we're gonna need them. Maybe not right away, but we're certainly going to need them. And there it all goes. Will also take less time to put bodies away because I won't need to walk all the way around necessarily. They could take faster routes depending on where they're going from. I haven't thought about Base Hunter in about 15 years. And also, I think the only Base Hunter song I actually know is Dota. At least that's the only Base Hunter song that I would recognize as a Base Hunter song. Also, didn't he steal the theme song for that song? Like, he didn't even write it? Anyway. So, Ayer's writing Diamond and the Bot fan fiction? I mean, you know, you're permitted to write whatever fan fiction you want, just I don't want to know about it. If you're writing fan fiction about members of this chat and the bot, just make sure that you have consent from all parties. I don't know how you're going to get consent from the bot, so good luck. I ain't shaming anybody's hobbies. I'm just saying I don't need to know about it. That's not shaming. It's literally a polite request to leave me out of it. Every now and again, every couple of years in Longdeath, I just have a day where I just dig coffins all day. I think that's one of those days are today. At least currently. So a while ago, you know, I put up that video talking about just kind of my impressions of those two screenshots of the classic version of Dwarf Fortress. I got a comment on it today from somebody with a very large subscriber count. He had like 170,000 subs or something. And whenever somebody with a large subscriber count comments on a video that you've made, it gives you it gives you kind of a little ping notification. It's like, oh, someone noteworthy commented on one of your videos. It's like, what? And the comment, I'm not going to read the guy's name. You guys can go digging for it if you want, but the comment is literally just this. As a new player, I'd never, ever, ever try the ASCII version with an exclamation point. And I'm like, seems like you're short on imagination then. And he responds with, for sure. With like an exclamation point. Not the response I was expecting, I'll be honest. It's just like, yep. Okay. You know, I kind of think about it this way, you know, it's like when you play Halo Anniversary Edition, right? You'll start playing it and you'll be like, man, this game looks pretty. I wonder what the old graphics look like. And then you hit the button to like go back to the old graphics and you're like, oh man, is this really what this game looked like? Wow. You know, it still looks pretty good. But then you swap back because you're like, I want the grass, I want the trees, I want things to look nice, all that jazz. But then every now and again you still swap back over, and that's kind of going to be the way that Premium Dwarf Fortress is for me, where I'm just like, yeah, I like these pixels. But, you know, I missed the ASCII. Let's look at ASCII for a bit. Man, remember ASCII? And then back to pixels. That's probably going to be the way it is for me. But it's just funny that there are some people who are just like, I won't even look at it. Ah! I love how militantly anti-ASCII some people are. It's kind of adorable. Usually when I'm like sassy at people like that, Aqua, they just don't respond. That's usually the like gist of it, is it's just people are just like, yeah, no comment. That's usually what I get from people, is just kind of a no comment. Command and Conquer remake with that swapping to the old ability too. The old version is so painful to look at on the current monitors. Yeah, I believe it. Yeah, I used to I used to play a little bit of Open Red Alert. Please don't ask me to stream Red Alert. I used to play a little bit of Open Red Alert, and they had a upgraded or an up-resed graphics pack. And playing with the original graphics pack at Modern Resolutions just looked terrible. But hi, Lump. How are you? It is blind IRL with minor earache time. Yes. But what's up, Lump? How is you? You're liking it to reading a good book. If the story is well told, then you can create an awesome environment. Yeah. Red Alert stream win. After I time you up for asking the thing that I didn't ask. Maybe after I finish Longdeath. Probably before I stream Guitar Hero, though, which used to be a meme of people asking me to stream Guitar Hero again, air quotes. Because I've never streamed Guitar Hero, but there was a very long time ago where my chat just made up a joke that I previously had streamed Guitar Hero. And it, for a while there, was a joke that half my chat would make where they're just like, hey, remember that one time blind streamed Guitar Hero? It's like, I never streamed Guitar Hero. But hello, Finian. Hope you're well. Work and lurk. Rip ear. It's okay. I mean, it's just this. It's just the one, but it's like, ow, kind of thing. Doesn't feel great. Doesn't feel great. But you know, is what it is. Hopefully, it sorts itself out by the weekend. I'd rather not, you know, get like it's not bad enough to cause major vertigo or anything. It's like just bad enough to be annoying. So. Hopefully it just sorts itself out in the next week. I do have a thingy I do have drops for it, so it should go away pretty quick, I would think, but because, you know, PAX is coming up. Into fan-made content for it. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of fan-made content for Rocksmith. I'm weirded out that they never made a sequel to Rocksmith. It's like Rocksmith 2014. It's like the last one they put out. But, you know, it kind of I noticed it about 3 days ago. Like, it was, I guess, Saturday that I noticed it. So, yeah, hopefully I'm at the worst of it right now and it just gets better from here. Although if I wake up tomorrow with vertigo, I'll take the day off and go back to the clinic and get antibiotics or something. But for right now, we'll see what it is. We'll see if it just sorts itself. I know a few channels on Twitch that stream almost exclusively Rocksmith. It's a really useful learning tool. I'm surprised that they never made a sequel to it. That's kind of all that there really is to it. Like to me, it seems like just a license to print money, but. It's 2,000 pages of results, 90% of it you'll be. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, then eventually, yeah, you'll learn how to just. Well, I guess the main problem with Rocksmith is it doesn't teach you how to read actual guitar tabs. Like, it's the gamification of music reading, right? So you get really good at sight reading, like Rocksmith, but it's a kind of a different skill set to like go from that to just reading guitar tabs. I don't think that Aqua is learning guitar from watching somebody else. I think Aqua's watching somebody else learn guitar playing Rocksmith. I mean, I have a guitar right there. Do I play it? Sure. Do I play it? No. Or rather, can I play it? Sure. Do I play it? No. Uh-oh. Gotta. Another tantrum. Still. Oh, no. It's Mincot this time. I like 3 of them. I play cello and piano way better than I play guitar. It teaches you to read guitar tabs? Sure, but you're reading an abstracted, gamified version of guitar tabs, not just straight guitar tabs. Like, if someone hands you written guitar tabs on a piece of paper, that's a different skill than playing Rocksmith, is it not? I mean, maybe I'm misestimating, but that's always kind of been the impression that I was under. After all these are dug, we won't need to make new tombs for a while, so there's that. Fairly similar. All right. I mean, I can read actual guitar tabs, and Rocksmith just looks like gibberish to me. To sell you a new $30 product to continue licensing the packs to. Rather, how about this? I'm surprised they haven't renamed Rocksmith to just Rocksmith, because I'm pretty sure it's still called Rocksmith 2014. Yes, Rocksmith 2014 edition. I'm shocked that they haven't changed the name of Rocksmith to just Rocksmith instead of Rocksmith 2014. It's literally Rocksmith 2014 edition hyphen remastered is the name of Rocksmith right now, which is a very, like, that's almost up there with JRPGs for just strange naming schemes. Just add an exalt to the end of that, and boom, you've got a JRPG about guitars. Placing coffins. We'll need to mark all these coffins as for burial, but aside from that, another row of tombs. You bought yourself a cheap violin for Christmas, but just tuning the thing frustrates the hell out of you. You might be the cheap, shitty pegs not holding as well as they should. Are you trying to... sorry, not to sound like an asshole or anything. Are you really trying to tune a violin from the pegs? Does it not have, like, the little tuning pegs? Because, like, there's the large pegs for tightening the strings, but most violins that... especially, like, my cello always had, like, the tiny little tuning pegs down at the bottom for, like, fine tuning levels. Must have been a cheap violin, if that's the case. It's just graphically animated tabs. I mean, I don't really agree, but if you disagree, that's fine, Rana. If you think it's useful in that format as a learning tool, then I guess I have to agree, because I've never used Rocksmith, but I can read guitar tabs, and I look at Rocksmith, and it just looks like gibberish to me. That's like a first-time tune, though. As somebody who played cello for 15 years actively, and tuned many a violin, if you're turning the back pegs, there's something wrong. Or you've just changed the strings. You're either literally putting new strings on it, you broke a string and had to replace it, or there's something wrong. Like, if you are using the back pegs of a violin to tune it, there's something wrong with the violin. And the tiny adjusters do nothing. There's something wrong with, like, it's got the wrong tension of strings on it or something. Like, but anyway, I'm not an expert on the subject, but there's something wrong with that violin if that's the case. especially if it's just been a few days. Like maybe multiple years, you'd have to spin those. Like if you didn't play it for like 5 years or something, then yeah, then it would make some sense, and you'd need to spin the large pegs at the back of the violin. But like I said, must just be a very cheap violin. But I don't know. Learning an instrument like that as an adult is very, 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 very difficult, and the violin is even harder. It's a very difficult instrument. Sure. You keep reiterating like your point, and I keep agreeing with you and saying agree to disagree, because I don't think that that's a good equivalent, right? You know, if it literally showed you sheet music with like maybe a line underneath it, what you're supposed to be reading, that to me is a good learning tool. This is a learning tool that teaches you how to play the thing, but it doesn't teach you how to read it. And I'm just going to keep disagreeing with you. So you can keep like reiterating why you think it works, Farana. I don't agree. So we're going to have to agree to disagree, okay? Because otherwise this is just going to keep going in circles. The humans are here to trade, and I have to read a Discord word story. So we're going to follow these humans, and I'm going to pop up on Discord to see where we're at. You won't live up to $1,000 investment? Well, I guess like my only real concern would be like seeing if you could get those pegs replaced, Nuclear Sneeze, because like you can buy better pegs for a violin that are not expensive. Thursday, the 25th. But congrats on trying to learn violin, because it's not easy. The ceiling is broken now. Pollen season has started. Bees are beesy, and beehive before. These aren't words, chat. You have to spell words. Queen of bees believes beer behaves unbecomingly. Unbearable bearings bear bona fide rotundly? Okay. Honey milkshakes sting. That's not a word. What? Confusion creeps into the conversation non-consensually. Hungry hippos happily ever hope for food. Running road races can lead more people westward, towards Rome. Cheese melting parrots harvest zealots from Constantinople. Vibes feel over my soul and caress. Whispers is next for music. No buildings from fence contain cheese dragons gilded with diamonds and pearls. Gremlin mayor? Major kobold infestations ordered by Mayor Gremlin. Before. There you go. We're all caught up. Be easy. I don't think be easy is a word. Busy. Chat. But you know, that's the Discord word story. So thanks for popping that off, Freeways. If you guys could do me a huge favor, jump into the Discord now and add a word or 5 to the Discord word stories. So you know what's a good thing about the king being dead, chat? The king always demanded the construction of crutches. So the result is I have a lot of crutches. You know what we're selling? Crutches. You want to buy some crutches, chat? We got like 50,000 of them. Let's just keep a couple. It's fine. Just a couple. If you set your bot to not say anything ever, will I accept its invitation to your server? You want to do analysis on the word story channel? I have a question. Would I need to make people like agree to be tracked? Or is that like like this is more just me thinking out loud. Like you know when you go to a website and you have to accept cookies, right? Would you technically need like a EULA that's just like, yo, Aqua's bot is tracking your likelihood of what word you're gonna write down. We're doing just some behavioral analysis on the how to word stories room for Discord. I mean, what am I to do to stop you from putting your bot in my Discord? There's already a bunch of bots in my Discord, so. I just think that that's funny. But yeah, I'm totally fine with it. I don't care. Go nuts. I do think it's kind of funny though. Some word cloud stuff would be cool. I will say that. That would be quite cool. You want a EULA to totally ignore and accept it? I should make it. So you know how some Discords actually do have a EULA that you need to agree to and like a captcha thing that you can fill out? I just knocked on my door. Bah! What's the population of the fort? At least 3. 29 officially and 51 total. Currently. Some random neighbor of mine was like, hey, do you have hot water? Also, I love talking to random neighbors who don't know me, and they're just like, do you guys have hot water? Implying that there's multiple people that live here. Like, probably not. Probably not. I haven't checked, but... The fuck is hot water? The fuck's hot water? I never even met her. But yeah, no, my building, my building has 3 hot water boilers, and one of them is not working currently. So during peak hours, we keep running out of hot water, which I personally think's totally fine because like I generally take lukewarm showers this time of year anyway, so it doesn't really bother me all that much. You could use your account, but you already have a few Discord bots and skeleton code built from it, and technically anyone in there has full access to the history of the bot accounts that need special permission from server owners to join. It's just a linked ID DM. Okay, sure. I don't care. Aqua. Nervicious, hello. Hope you're doing well. And hi, Troopin. Hope you've been good. Happy Tuesday. Although I do sometimes wonder when people knock on, like, it's very rare, but when people do knock on my door, I sometimes wonder what they think of me. It's like just this guy with long hair and weed pajamas, like 11 o'clock in the morning, just, you know, talking at himself at his computer all day. I sometimes wonder what it must be like to live next to a content creator. Probably hell, frankly. I was near my own weapon rack. I am proud. Good for you, Dwarf. Good for you. Someone needs to be proud. Meanwhile, Malden, I want to spend time with family. I'm lonely. Aw, you poor dwarf. September 29th of the 29th of September 2020. That was right when Discord first started threatening me that they were going to take away my my Discord partner. It was like that and then the counting room. Although the counting room started first. Yeah, I wouldn't go through it all by hand. Stone. That seems like a that seems like a bad idea. But my Discord is far below the minimum. Also, by the way, according to Twitch leaks, September 27th to the September 30th, they're going to have 25% off gift subs, apparently. So, last week of September, there will be an actual discount on gift subs.
Cheese!
Cheese.
For everyone!
You know, Trudeau should do something. What am I buying off these humans? What am I buying off them? Wait, is food? Various plants. Nah, man, September sucks. September is so bad now. The only sale benefits are if you have never had a paid subscription to a channel before, basically. That's the only time you can actually access them. So if you've only ever Prime subbed and you're converting to a paid subscription, you can get a discount, but that's the only way you can get a discount. Or if have never been subscribed to a channel before, or you've only been gifted subs to a channel before, then you could theoretically subscribe at a discount. Otherwise, it's just like, for channels like mine that don't have a lot of new subscribers or a lot of new people coming through frequently, it's just kind of redundant. Kind of a shame. As I'm still of the opinion that they should just give everybody like a discount for the month. Like just charge you guys 10% less for the month. That'd be cool. You know, give some sort of like loyalty reward, because they only, you know, Twitch or the way Twitch works, it's like any other big company, right? They only reward new turnover. They don't reward long-time subscribers for any reason, which kind of sucks. Like, I wish that there was just, everybody gets a free 100 bits or something. Like, just, I don't know. There was things that Twitch used to do that were like kind of shotgun marketing that worked quite a bit. Like they would do like these kind of things that would cost them probably quite a bit of money in the grand scheme of things, but they used to do them relatively frequently. Like they'd have like $25 in bits for $25 instead of the crazy Twitch markup, and they'd do stuff like that at a relatively frequent clip. And now it's like, might as well just not even matter. Still just bringing stuff to the trading depot. Since I got rid of all of those crutches, look at how much space I have all of a sudden in here. All of that is because all those crutches are gone. There's so many of them. But how have you been, Lump? It's been a while since we chatted. Hopefully work's been good and life's been decent. Also, kind of bouncing back to the previous conversation of learning a musical instrument, I don't envy anybody who's trying to learn a musical instrument alone as an adult. Musical instruments are extremely difficult to learn. So any tools that make them easier is a positive thing. The king's personal factory? I mean, the king's dead, so we're now selling off the overstock. Although any mountain home that has a king in it, Aqua is the king's personal factory. Yeah, I remember back when I was taking cello lessons still, there was this one kid who took cello for a little bit. And he was all right. And then I remember he was in the orchestra that I was in for maybe a year or two. And then I think just kind of did the thing that a lot of kids do in their early teens, which is just decided, I don't want to do anything that my parents make me do anymore. So just kind of stopped coming to music lessons. Like just stopped showing up, basically. And then his mom started showing up and taking cello lessons with his cello. Because it was like a full-size cello, right? Like sized for an adult. And so she started showing up with his cello and taking lessons. Also, Bastet needs a sub if anybody's feeling generous. And the kind of funny thing about this was, like, he just didn't want to take the lessons anymore. And she's just like, well, we've spent all this money on this instrument, and cellos are hard to sell, so I guess I'm just going to go take lessons for him now. And she took cello lessons for a good, she was still actively taking cello lessons by the time I stopped taking cello lessons, which would have been like 3-4 years later. Still see this kid's mom just show up, go take her cello lessons. Which I always thought was like oddly wholesome. Like that's like the teenager rebelling against the parents, and then the parent then rebelling against the teenager. It's like, fuck you, I'll use your instrument. To keep learning as a kid? I mean, there's a difference between pushing and like positive reinforcement. I think like a lot of parents just kind of, I'm interested in this thing, so thus you kid are gonna learn it. That's never a very sustainable way of making a kid learn something. Because my parents kind of had that attitude towards some things. Not a lot of things, but enough things that I felt that way at times, where it was like, oh, I guess I just have to learn this now. Also, this is all stuff that belonged to the king that's getting tossed. Or sold, rather. We're selling off all of his good sheets. It's like that one part of A Christmas Carol when he's like dreaming about, or is having the vision of when he's dead and everybody's selling off all of his stuff. It's kind of like that, but like with the king in Longdeath. Almost all the kids, your stepdad's extended family, all knows to play some sort of musical instrument. Like, does that make you feel like you need to compete with that or something, or? Because I'll say this, like, knowing to play a musical instrument is really cool, but it's not like this be-all, end-all thing. But, I don't know. You were forced to do violin for 10 years and you hated it the whole time, you don't remember a lick of it? I would largely say that I didn't have a choice in playing cello. It was something that I was just kind of put in. Or rather, it was you're going to learn to play musical instruments, because like my dad was a piano teacher for years until he went back to school and learned robotics and automation. But it was very much me and all my sisters, like, we had to take a couple of years of music lessons. But like, we all enjoyed it initially. Like, it was very much like, I learned to read sheet music before I learned to read. Like, I could effectively read time signatures and like complicated sheet music before I could read functional sentences. So at the very least, it was just kind of part of, I guess, development for me, largely. Incot, how'd you enjoy your time in prison? You actually really liked it. Well, that's good. Prison fixed this, Dwarf. Oh yeah. You missed it again. But anyway, welcome back, all that. But anyway, yeah, no, it was not something I would say that I was forced to do necessarily, but certainly not something that I had any choice over, and at least initially. When I did finally quit, that was my choice, though. It was I don't want to do this anymore. Although, oddly enough, I kind of wish my parents made me keep at it, because I dropped music lessons for sports. And then quit sports like within a year afterwards, and then just kind of had nothing, which admittedly was then where I just went and obsessed over video games, and got to a point where I knew enough about video games that this is a potential career route, right? But so maybe if I hadn't spent maybe if I hadn't dropped out of music, I wouldn't have ended up doing this, but who knows. But yeah, I think forcing kids to like play a musical instrument for years is just a money sink that doesn't really do much. Although most of the kids that I knew that were in the music school that were forced to play a musical instrument, it was like, you learn to play piano, and kids like, I want to play drums. It was always like that kind of thing where like the kid wanted to play, I don't know, the kid wanted to play bass guitar, right? To like join a band or something and play punk rock, but has no interest in piano, right? And like that was always kind of like the situation that I encountered with other people. Like, it was very rare to like see people be forced to play an instrument that they didn't want to play, that they also didn't want to play another instrument. So most of the kids that I knew that didn't want to play the instrument that they played, it wasn't that like they didn't want to play an instrument at all, it's they didn't want to play that instrument. And so like I knew a couple of kids who, like that one who wanted to play drums, it was like, if you can get grade 6 in Royal Conservatory, which isn't too hard to do, which is like a testing structure for music, stating arbitrary skill levels. If you can hit level 6 in Royal Conservatory, they would let him take drum lessons, and he did. And then he like stayed a mediocre pianist forever and got pretty good at drums. Find music an important part of education, just like the removal of music lessons in Dutch schools. Did they remove music lessons? I think that there's a big difference between music lessons and then like band practice. Like, I think simple musical instruments and like just basic like team coordination of playing musical instruments pretty important. I would generally agree with that. But I think like taking private one-on-one music lessons with a music teacher, if the kid doesn't want to, is maybe not the best thing to do to a kid. You didn't have music school? Oh, I see. So that stuff was removed before you were actively in school? I'm gonna close the drain for these. Art and music are frequently removed from school. I mean, it doesn't help you get any better at working in a factory, or McDonald's. So why would that be necessary for school? So this kind of has nothing to do with anything. Well, it kind of does. So Kid Fox Games, right? We will be at PAX for 2 panels at PAX West you won't want to miss. Friday, Dwarf Fortress Steam Edition demo with Bay 12 Games. Sunday, who is the hottest video game character, right? Which is a very Kit Fox panel, right? So Kit Fox people are on both of these panels, right? Reddit. Dude, the panel's gonna snot. That's not what I'm looking for. Jurist for sexiest game character. And you know what? Yes. Everybody just go respond to that tweet and just be like, Gremlin for hottest video game character. 100% Gremlin for hottest video game character. Quick, Diamond, you have to go put Gremlin in a bikini. Let's get to it. Chop. Let's get to this. Let's get this shit post machine rolling. I'm mad at me that I didn't think of that though. Oh no. Jurist in a bikini, the tourist. Oh man. We shouldn't say that too loudly or Cooler might actually draw that. Although if I ask Cooler to draw me Jurist the tourist in a bikini, he might just send me crypt blank. that would probably just be his response. And then also say something along the lines of, I don't do sexy poses, which he doesn't. Yes, Reza. Accurate. The deep cuts. Big yawn. But yeah, shout outs to that person on Reddit for that excellent idea. You just found it odd, someone who grew up without such things as extended family or the opportunity to learn to play music? Well, I think music is one of those things where either you learned it and you value it. Like, I heavily value, like, music knowledge. Like, I think, like, the one part of my schooling that I retained, it's like, aside from that, like, you know, basic arithmetic and shit, right? But, like, for me, music and music education is the one part of my education that I value in the long term and still actually use to a degree. Like, everything else that I use on my daily, it's like I didn't learn how to like edit videos in Premiere in school. I just fucking watched YouTube tutorials and taught myself. It's like every single skill that I use for my job is just something that I sat down and taught myself. It's like, I guess like there's a logic to be stated that like learning how to use a computer in school is probably more useful than a musical instrument at this point, but also on the flip side, you'll probably just pick up more through osmosis messing around with computers as you grow up than you would a musical instrument just kind of organically. I don't know. To me, like learning to play a musical instrument at least the bare basics is very important to one's education, but that's also because I grew up with it, right? Any random anime bikini girl and lazy Photoshop dwarf head on top? Well, I mean, if anybody needs a higher resolution image of Eurus the Tourist, let me know. I have some pretty high resolution images of Eurus the Tourist. So there is that. I mean, you know, it's Eurus the Tourist. Not from your college degree? Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I don't know. Although at the same time, I feel like when I sit here and like talk about what people need for schooling, I mean that's very much based on pure personal experience, right? Like what's needed for schooling? In my opinion, like maybe half of what's taught in high school, but also it depends on what you end up doing for a living. And you know, in my job, I don't use much of what I learned in school because my job is like, well, what do? I host podcasts, I interview people, and I talk about video games and random crap that I'm not educated enough to talk about all day. That's what I do. And it's like I mean it's about it. Norstat, what up? Good to see you. How you holding up? How's things? They should teach taxes? No, they should just make taxes mind-numbingly simple. My favorite example of that is just like, ask any... like, okay, for me, the way I do my taxes is I write down everything that I made from every single money source, put it in a spreadsheet, print out the spreadsheet, and take it into a tax place and then pay a lady $300 and I get insurance in case I get audited and they do my taxes for me. Otherwise, like, I can do my own taxes and I've done my own taxes. It's just very stressful and I don't like doing them. So I literally just, I pay somebody else to do it for the peace of mind so that I don't have to do it. I hope you're doing well, Peter. So I pay somebody else to do my taxes so that I don't have to do my taxes. That's literally the only reason. Whereas, like, I've asked my teammate Bellinaire in Finland what his taxes are like, and he's like, oh yeah, I just go to a government website and I press confirm. Like, that's what they should do. They shouldn't teach taxes. They should just make taxes really fucking mind-numbingly easy. I'm just doing some paperwork at your office, and your lady tells you that she has tonsillitis, which explains the tickle in the back of your throat. Well, that's awful. I'm very sorry. Tonsillitis sucks. I had tonsillitis years ago. I have a mild ear infection, but I'm doing okay. Aside from this mild ear infection, I'm all right. Hey, Chups. You learned technical skills on your own, but you spent time studying cinema and TV, really good to develop certain taste. Oh, you mean so you spent time developing skills in cinema and TV by sitting on a sofa watching a lot of TV? Is that what you mean? Because now that's some schooling I can get behind. I feel like it should be mandatory for everyone's like long-term intelligence that everybody has to see The Big Lebowski at least twice. You know, I think everybody needs to develop life skills by watching that movie and learning the true importance of a White Russian. You developed a certain taste watching and writing about cinema and TV, and you didn't know it existed. Okay, I'm goofing, but oh no. Okay, can you link to the image instead of the link in the channel? Because currently you're not actually. Can you just like copy paste the image link instead of like the link to the channel? It's just easier. Yeah, I do remember that, Iman. I do remember that. Fucking burning witches. Still, though, you should really just, like, put big lips on Gremlin and then just send them a screenshot of that. Like, Gremlin for sexiest video game. I nominate Gremlin. Seriously, like that's what we should be doing, is just taking all of the Dwarf Fortress sprites that they've released and from all of the different screenshots and just putting lips on them and then just sticking it in the comment section of that tweet. Also, F's to everybody who invested. Apologies. Here's the tweet, by the way, if anybody actually wants to go shit posting. You had to teach yourself how to program in Lua, Java, and Python since I never did well enough in English classes to qualify for electives such as computer science. What? Hold on a second. What? Why do you need to be good at English to take electives? Is it just you're not good enough at this arbitrary class that you have to be good at, so thus go away? Yeah, well, I mean, this is a demo in like the traditional sense, not a public demo. So don't get excited in that way. This is a demo in they are showing a demo of the game. They are demoing the game for the public. They are not releasing a demo. Oh, yeah, sure, but that's not like the gremlin. That's not okay. It's not this gremlin, though. I like that I use your fucking website to get this image because it's faster to go to your website than it is to, you know, like just look it up in my image folders. But if you guys won't do it, I will. Quote tweet. Gremlin for hottest video game character. Yep, ship it. I think very hard about the tweets I send. Yeah, well, I mean, why is Discord trending? Oh, apparently Discord broke their mobile. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, apparently they just completely broke it. But yeah, for anybody who like hasn't been following their updates super closely, Zach posted a blog post like 3 weeks ago on the Bay 12 website talking about how they literally played, or about how he literally played through an entire fortress without any game-breaking bugs or crashes. For it was like 30 hours or something he played that one for. So like fortress mode is like ready to go pretty much. Like last I heard, the only thing that wasn't done yet is they hadn't implemented all of the flowers and grasses. So there's some grass variety that needed to be finished. And when I spoke with Zach and Tarn last, when they were on my stream, they said that the main thing that the artists needed to finish was Forgotten Beasts, but the code was ready to go. So I guess currently all Forgotten Beasts just look like Debug Guy, which is kind of a funny image. But aside from that, yeah, no, they're like, the game's pretty much largely from the outside seems like it's ready to go. I don't even think like it's a demo already. I think it's like, so the thing that I got accused of clickbait for was this. Did some more work on the classic conversion as well, and a little more work on our exciting announcement. Okay? Exciting announcement. exciting announcement, which is not this week, right? Because I think it was, what was it? Something we're going to announce next week. So on the 15th, he said they were going to announce something next week. And then on the 22nd, he said, not this week, which would have been that week. So for the 24th. Then we were assuming that there wouldn't be any update on the 24th, but then there was one anyways. And literally everybody that I know who would know has said, hey, Blind, pay a lot of attention. Pay a lot of attention on Wednesday next week. So that's kind of the assumption that I'm making. Is there will be something. There will be something. So whatever that exciting announcement is, I still think it's the music thing. Missing No, the Forgotten Beast. Someone should make that mod. All Forgotten Beasts are just Missing No. Also, true story chat. You know, I've never seen the entirety of Gremlins. Not once. It's true. Do I prefer Truekin or Mutant for Caves of Cud? I find the progression of Truekin to be disproportionate and weird, so I generally play Mutants. Like, they're too strong at the beginning, which makes the early game less fun, and then their progression is very random. I feel like I have very little control over it. And I like ability-based progression, not so much gear-based progression in Cud. So I prefer playing a Mutant. I've played Truekin, though. Played a couple runs. It's been a while, though. You didn't do well in English, but you have your electives replaced with makeup classes. I failed English, to be blunt. If you do well in English, then you have your electives made up with makeup classes. As long as everyone's at least somewhat academic. The problem is most students would just sit there on their phones and play flash games on the computer. Yeah, no, I get you. Huh. They're both... Here's the thing. They're both good in late game. If you build correctly. And that's kind of how... Like, Cud isn't a balanced game. So, Cud really isn't a balanced game. I've got a Dwarf tantruming. Wait, what is tantruming? Yep. Cud isn't really the most balanced game. It's a game that will just kill you regardless of how you build. It's more about knowing how to prepare for individual threats. So there isn't really oh, this is better late game. I mean, as a true... It's different late game. As a Truekin late game, you'll be like running around with jet boots and a hoverboard and flying with a jetpack versus a Mutant in late game. You'll be running around really fast with like 2 horns and 5 battle axes hacking things into a billion pieces and then maybe a gun. And then as like a Mutant Esper, you'll just be like making force fields and shooting fireballs and laser beams out of your eyes. I don't know. It kind of depends on what aesthetic you're looking for. You can have cluster missiles with either. It doesn't matter. So. Yeah, I mean, it's a game about just fucking around and having fun, right? It's as much a open sandbox as it is a story-based RPG, so. Gremlin index went up by 30% when I tweeted that. I mean, here, I'll give you a link to that tweet so that you guys can interact with my take for hottest video game character, by the way. You can help the Gremlin index go higher, if you so desire. Yeah, I don't know. I prefer the mutants because I prefer the aesthetics of them and I prefer their build options. And I find a build that starts off with rub your forehead against this other thing for the first, like, 3 hours of a run isn't very interesting, and that's generally what the true kin often end up being. And they feel way too strong early. And I like being fragile early. And then having a faster power curve, whereas true kin are kind of the opposite, where you start off strong and you don't really skyrocket unless you're going to use, like, the power curve for a mutant in Caves of Cut is like this. It's like you start off really weak, and the first like 5-6 levels you're really weak, but then at a point, once you hit like the point where you can start really upgrading your abilities, things just kind of go whoop and you get really strong, and then it kind of balances out at the top. Whereas the true kin is more of a, you start higher up and then you raise up a little bit and then you kind of plateau earlier. So it's less, well, it's not exponential growth. I mean, it balances off at a point, but it's like, and also like half the fucking boss characters can just two-shot you anyway, so it doesn't matter how strong you are. But there's a point with true kin where it's like, oh yeah, I'm noticing like the power increase, but it's more of a gradual curve, and I don't like that as much. I prefer like being super careful and sneaky for a while, and then the gameplay change of, okay, now I can just like walk into a tile and everything dies. But I don't know. Caves of Cud. I posted a VOD of it this morning, which is probably why you're asking about Caves of Cud. I will say, I was quite happy with that run that day, because even though spoilers, I die in part 2, but there was somebody in chat who I know for a fact has owned Cud for a while, and was just like, hey, so like you've shown me where all of the basic quests for Cud are, and now I'm like having fun with Cud, even though they'd owned it for ages, but they'd never really been able to get runs going. And then after watching my stream earlier in the week, they were just like, hey, now I can play Cud, which is kind of cool. It's the locomotive. Actually, the hottest character in a video game is the train. Is the train engine in Roller Coaster Tycoon. Anyway, the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. Heads up, Stone. We've got we've got 2 things coming in. We got merchants coming in, and the enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. I'm going to take a 2-second piss break, and then we're going to deal with multiple problems. So, one moment. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like the human invaders' goal is to show up right when the tribute bringers are here. It's starting to feel like that. I don't, like, obviously that's not what they're actually doing. It's just coincidence, but it really is starting to feel like they go out of their way to show up right as the other factions do. Curious about how big this siege is going to be, though, because they've been shrinking. And this one doesn't seem that big. This one seems very small, actually. They just have similar schedules. Yeah, you could say that. This one does look very small. Let's just see if I can let them drop this stuff off and just leave. Maybe they're cool. They're carpooling. That or they're trying to intercept the, Oh, you like this one, Stone? It's 1 page. 5 prepared alpaca brain. Bay alpaca to brain. You know, generally when I go on vacations, I try to remind myself to, I try to remind myself with the internal monologue of, I'll pack my brain. I'm not going to make that pun a third time. All right. Yeah, so very small siege. Very small siege. Let's see. Can we just let them leave? All right, merchants. Go quickie. Get outy. Run awaysy. Get far away from he. Or do you just type really fast? So I think it's a screenshotting. Screenshot, save, screenshot. Yeah, literally run. I mean, the last few merchants died because they didn't run fast enough. Although so far we're making pretty good time. We are in fact making pretty good time. They should make it out. No humans have even made it up this way. I just hope that they take the smart exit, you know? I think I'll wait until they pass the last statue here, the one on the corner, and then we'll jump down and pull the lever. Get out of here, Ago and Irene and Yak. Chat, can I get a round of beers? Because, well, you know, bunch of humans are coming into our fortress to die. It's a legitimate reason to have a round, I say. Because, you know, have to have reasons to post beers. Been 2 hours since the last money reason, so that should get pulled. Zindros is going to go pull the lever, and he's making good time. You type fast, but not that fast, yeah. I don't know anybody who types that fast. Well, it's all open. Let's see where these humans go. I have a feeling it's going to take them a little while to actually make it into the fort. It's okay, though. The dwarves kind of need a break, I think. The dwarves kind of need a break. And I'm assuming they're going to encounter this and then go back and tell the others. How many even is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. That's a smaller army than I have. Like, they've got to be running low on soldiers. Like, they've just gotta. They've got to be running low on soldiers. Also, reading people's comments about how they're never going to try out Classic or ASCII modes in Dwarf Fortress just makes me even more excited to have a tip incentive to turn off the tile set for 5 minutes. Genuinely looking forward to that, which is something I'm going to do once Premium's out, is for $5 you guys can turn off the fancy tile set for 5 minutes. That's something that I'm looking forward to. Right? Looks like they're making a mad dash for... This is going to be overkill. Not that many humans are going to be in here. Not that many. In fact, I do wonder how many of them are even going to make it in. They might actually just get like 3 or 4 of them stuck in the traps and then turn around. I'm going topside? Nope, they're all just one single file. So chat, out of curiosity, is anybody here gonna try and watch that panel live? The Dwarf Fortress panel? Because PAX streams all of their panels on various PAX Twitch channels, right? So they always stream their panels. So I'm assuming they'll be streaming them this year. As for which PAX stream it'll be on, I'll figure that out on Friday. But I'm going to be trying to watch that panel and then trying to edit something out of it. What I don't know is how I actually want to edit it. Like, should I just fucking record my face and do the YouTuber react thing? Like, I don't know what to do with it, so I need to figure that out. So that's something I'm kind of dealing with. Also, I get to figure out, or I need to pester KitFox to be like, hey, can you record that locally and send me that footage afterwards, please, thanks. And I hope that they're able to get direct capture set up, so it's not just like a camera pointed at like a projector, which some PAX panels end up being. Oh, geez, we need to close this. Do it now. Not that they'd make it through. I mean, it'll be it's 4 to 5 p.m. Pacific this Friday. All right, there we go. That lever got pulled. Side door got shut. Guess these two. We'll wait until these two make it in. All right, Swords Human and the Mace Human at the end are the two that we're waiting on. This is going to be a lot of lava for not a lot of humans, but a lot of them are already caught in cages already. One. And this one's just like, nope, I'm noping out. In before Rosu is the only survivor. Is there any more up here? Yeah, that'll be plenty. We're gonna burn them. We are going to burn them. Yeah, might as well. I mean, it's cleaner. It's more efficient. We're not going to need to use all of the lava either. Yeah, it'll be pretty late for some people. I mean, it'll be an hour later than the interviews I normally do with Zach and Tarn, right? All right, there we go. Got most of them. 2 lavas are pulled. And pull the lava whoosh. Circle. Well, that's good that the timing works out there then. Also, it looks like the human traders made it off the map, which is good. It is in fact good. I mean 2 a.m.? Because 2 a.m. sounds right for Netherlands. But yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be a busy week. We have like a card bingo for potential release dates? No, but we have a card bingo for like things I say in the streams. I mean, nobody's made it yet, but like, why are we betting on release dates now? Cuz my bet is it'll be out by November. That's my bet, but would start at 1 a.m. Okay, so I was right. I was like, I thought it would be 1 a.m. I mean, it's only an hour-long panel. So you could, like, nap and then wake up. Also, Russ Money has put in his bid for most or hottest video game character, which is Crundles. So, you know, Crundles are just like red, slightly more maniacal gremlins. I feel like Mayor Gremlin's secretary would be a Crundle. All right, have we torched them all? There's one invader left, and they are not in the fortress, which means, yes, we have, in fact, torched them all. So I can turn off the lava now. And that one human is leaving. So... Is it a trap? Yes, it is the murder tunnel. Or the Bernie tunnel. Where we turn them all into burning cinders, not to be confused with a once potential American president. But currently we are pulling some levers to, you know, stop the flow of lava and drain the other lava out the side because all the humans that were in there, well, there's only one left, and it's Ted. And Ted's leaving. So goodbye, Ted. Say bye, Ted. Chat. You could also do that, yeah. That's, frankly, as somebody who's watched live streamed PAX panels before, and this is, of course, still assuming it will be streamed. I'm assuming it will be, but sometimes their streams have problems. Considering I've watched PAX panels before, I will let's go out on a limb here and say, it's probably worth just going to bed, dude. Ted Caspona. We'll call him Teddy. Meanwhile, the dwarves are discussing autopsies. Saw a dwarf tell the story of the ascension of Logum Channel Swelter to the position of Baroness of the Ignited Creation in the autumn of 351 at the simple dinner, and it is interesting. That does sound interesting. Meanwhile, Wait What is attending another meeting, because nothing seems to give them happiness ever. Also, I did just stealthily DM Kit Fox and be like, hey, is the panel going to be streamed? And their response is yes. So, yes, it will be streamed. It will, in fact, be streamed. I just assumed because Hyatt hotel panels are usually streamed. So I was working under assumptions based on previous PAXs from PAXs past. So... Also, it'll be on PAX 3. That link. Oh, also, so this is kind of funny, chat. Friend of mine, I'm just making sure this doesn't dox his last name. Okay, so friend of mine, actually here, I'm just going to screenshot this and just cut out his personal information. This up, close that, because it has his PlayStation ID on it. So a friend of mine got COVID, right? He got sick with COVID and has been sending me updates on how he's been feeling recently, because he got sick a couple days after we went on that last hike. So there was like a very brief COVID scare for me where I was like testing every day, but like I didn't get it, so we're good. Anyway, he just sent me this. He's like, my term of sickness was productive. He just fucking platinumed Elden Ring in a week. It's like, well, I guess if you're gonna get a week off work. Oh, he also just sent me Bloodborne as well. Yeah, fucking nerd. He's just like, I was very productive this week. He must not have been that sick. If you're just gonna like fucking platinum Elden Ring and Bloodborne. Yes, generally, but PAX 3 is where it will be streamed. You're amazed that you haven't had COVID yet, that you know of? I'm also amazed I haven't had COVID yet. I mean, I still put hand sanitizer on religiously and wear masks whenever I'm out, wear a mask whenever I'm on public transit, or entering or exiting a restaurant and like all that jazz. So I still like take pretty good care. But aside from that, like my activities and the amount of roaming that I do in the city, like I'm basically back to normal at this point. Like I spend a good amount of time in like the little breweries that I like going to and all that jazz, but I had a suspicious cold. I mean, yeah, it is in fact Tuesday. Hello, happy Tuesday, Arrow. I had a suspicious cold a while ago, but tested negative every time I took a test, so I don't know. I'm just kind of the assumption that I haven't had it, that I know of. Before every food, yeah. Got it back in January. You still have the mask, sanitize, wash regularly. But you have kids that live with their moms and they don't do squat. Yep, that'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it. I mean, I know that my mom's had like a dozen COVID scares, but she gets it because like, you know, she runs a school for little kids, right? So she has like, you know, like 40 families coming through, and so you're like, you don't know what people are up to. You get your third booster in 2 days. So I've had 4. Like when people are just like, yeah, I'm getting my third booster soon. It's like, number one, it's probably not a bad idea, but 2, it's like I've had 4 shots. So also I was like 4 to 5 months ahead of like most adults getting them here. So if I randomly drop dead, they're not safe. Otherwise, we're probably fine. Their mom was hospitalized for a week, and they lost their grandpa, and they still don't take it seriously. That fucking sucks. You know, I've been listening to a lot of Fountains of Wayne recently. The band Fountains of Wayne. Still not dead? Congrats on not being dead, B-Lug. Also, fun fact, you're the first mod to tune in today. What's up, man? I think I might need to recruit a new mod soon. I might just mod Stone so that we always have a mod around, so someone's got a sword. Anyway, I was, what's the word I'm looking for here? Yeah, I don't know. That just completely threw me off. You're just treating them like flu shots? Yeah, no, I mean, I get flu shot once a year anyway. Doing the flu shots 2 weeks later. I'm getting my flu shot in like 2 or 3 weeks. It's like end of September is my appointment. I need to go look at the calendar, but we're issued banhammers as weapons, but the icon's a sword. Go trip vacation? You were lurking since I started? Sure, but you're the first mod to make your presence known. Cutest Ghost lurked for a couple of minutes. Chat, we've got a brand new baby girl in Longdeath. Kib. Had the kid, Autumn. Gorge taker. Eats all the food. Anyone want the child? Anyone want to be a brand new baby in the fortress? Any takers? Show of hands. I had a thing that I was like rambling about, and I completely. Have you had one before, Cannon Fodder? I just want to name correctly if you have. Iron Stat 1, because I can't remember who's had names in Longdeath anymore. Cannon. Okay, so you've had one before, so this will be Cannon Fodder the second. Cannon Fodder 2. Oh, right, yeah, Fountains of Wayne. I've been listening to Fountains of Wayne recently because I learned that their bassist died, who wrote like most of their songs. Apparently he died of COVID, like really early on, like early 2020, which makes me really sad. For reference, they wrote Stacy's Mom. That's the song that you've heard by Fountains of Wayne. But I used to listen to a lot of Fountains of Wayne when I was younger, so they're kind of like, I don't know, my Green Day, I guess. I don't know. I had like 4 Fountains of Wayne CDs when I was little. Because it's still not funny, Arrow. If you watched my streams on Mondays, it would be funny, but you don't, so. Her cobalt eyes are wide set, and her hair is short. Her neatly, I can't read. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed. She is the daughter of Kib and Lear Shot Fortress. She is a faithful worshiper of the fuchsia and a faithful worshiper of Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks. She was born today, which makes her very young indeed, and her cobalt eyes are wide set. Her hair is dry, and her short hair is neatly combed. She has an angular chin, and her ears are somewhat narrow. Her head is somewhat short, and she has an angular chin. Yeah, because I stream on a different channel on Monday. But, you know, here's the thing, Arrow. I've asked you countless times to drop the Monday gimmick, and you still haven't, which just makes me dislike you. And it's not going to make me play along with your joke, because I don't think it's funny. I genuinely don't. So I'm just going to drop the subject at this point and not respond to you referencing it. Her head is somewhat short, and her hair is a crew, and her skin is sandy taupe, and her nose is somewhat narrow. She is quite quick to heal and is flimsy and susceptible to disease. She likes adorite, copper, and aventurine, walrus and leather, and goat hoof, penguin tooth, and moonsnail shell, and papyrus. Oh no, that's bad. She likes papyrus! Anyway, the color mauve and the color mauve and crossbows and rings and crutches and giant red pandas for their large striped tails, purple amaranths for their striking color and the blossom of songs, and the sight of the aquamarine of quintessence, and when possible prefers to consume sole and single grain wheat beer. She personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior, and dreams of creating a great work of art. She finds helping others emotionally rewarding and is somewhat quarrelsome. She is bothered by this since she values friendship, and she doesn't often feel envious of others. Where did I go? She doesn't often feel envious of others, and she generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. And she rarely feels discouraged, and she tends to avoid any physical confrontations. She works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. She doesn't focus on material goods, and doesn't often feel lustful. She tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and is not particularly interested in what others think of her. Cracks her knuckles when she's angry, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Boom. But yeah, I'm very tired of it. So I'm going to ask you, I guess, for the final time to stop, Arrow. And going forward, I'm just not going to acknowledge it when you make those jokes, because I don't think they're funny. What is soul? It's a type of fish. It's also the bottom of people's feet, so I'm just going to type in soul fish into Google Images so I just get the fish and not people's feet. It's these. It's a very, very cheap fish meat, essentially. Like, it's all right. It just has, like, no flavor. But it's just a very, very, very cheap white fish, basically. Very, very flavorless. It's like cod if cod had no flavor. Is how I would describe it. I guess the last thing I'll say about it, Arrow, is a joke is funny to a degree, but if someone asks you very nicely to not make that joke anymore, and all you do is continuously make the joke, it just, I don't know, it just makes you seem kind of obnoxious, which is the vibe I get, and I'm not a fan. So gonna ask you nicely, just respect my wishes, please. But you don't, so that's just kind of sad, to be honest. Fun fact, soul are one of those fish that have both eyes on the same side of their body. Yeah, they're a weird fish. They lie flat on the bottom of the ocean. They're funky little fish. Fatty enter fort. Fatty in fort. And this lever. And then that opens up. And pretty quickly they'll start dashing out and into there once it's available. We're also going to queue up melt, metal object, not 9, just melt, metal object, 0. That's what we wanted. Because if there's a 0 setting, then they will, just get to it. And they'll do it infinitely until we run out. Because I'm not going to go count how many there are. That sounds like effort. Now our manager is going to go over and issue those orders to the dwarves, and they should get to the jobs pretty quick. But yeah, so if you see S-O-L-E, it's a type of fish. Can a dwarf get injured in a way that alters the description of their facial features, like chin shape? If they get so if something gets chopped off, let's just say like their nose gets chopped off, which can happen, it'll say that their nose is gone in purple text. If their teeth get knocked out, it'll say their lower teeth are missing, or it'll specify which tooth is missing. If they get a scar, it'll say that their face is marked with a long straight scar or a long jagged scar, depending on how well it healed. So like that can happen, but it won't like change, or it'll say like their forehead is dented, but it won't change the description. It'll just add little notes on the bottom basically stating like, this has got a scar on it, this is a piece missing, that sort of stuff. Remember a fort that I streamed that regularly did raids, and there was a dwarf named after you that would run out in battle in the first opportunity, leaving him the only survivor of the raid squad? Yep. Yep, I do remember Sir Cannon Fodder that just turned around and went, no! Yeah, I mean, it's similar to like this, right? Like if I select a random dwarf, this one doesn't have any injuries or anything, but it's similar to like, you know, he's gripped by crippling shyness and he does everything in his power to avoid excitement and stress after experiencing trauma in 406. So like, that has changed this dwarf's description and also changed the way that they're going to act around certain situations, right? Like this dwarf is more likely to just turn and fucking run if they see something scary than they are to turn around and fight with it. More like Sir Nope! Norstat. Hey, Wogarden, what up? Personally, if I was in the military, I would be a Sir Nope. That or Sir hell nah. One of the two. Oh, also, I've heard report from another source. Big Dwarf Fortress news tomorrow. So, you know. Also, chat room, I would like to show you a very important tutorial. This is how to correctly reload a tripod. That's all I wanted to tell you. Follow Commander Carl on Twitter. He's fantastic. Who doesn't know that? I mean, just in case anybody isn't, you know, properly educated in the glory of whatever that is. And this is how to reload a child's toy. I could literally watch those forever. Like, his tweets are incredible. His like output on them is kind of crazy. Like he puts out multiples a week. But it's always just like with random stuff. And then like, you know, he puts out ones like this that are definitely like sponsored, but like it's like I don't know. No, there was somebody who took his... Okay, so a while ago, he did a video where he reloaded a Pringles can. As for how you reload a Pringles can, well, first you have to empty the Pringles can. Anyway, somebody, like, shopped out that animation and put it into Doom. So, like, it was like a 3-frame animation version of him, but, like, you could play Doom with a Pringles can with him reloading the Pringles can, which is pretty good as part of the animation. So like I've seen him be modded into a couple games, but it's really funny when like very famous first-person shooter designers and like game directors comment on that, going like, man, like that's close to like it's uncanny how effectively you do those. And he tweeted a while ago where he's just like a picture of him in a gun store, and he's like, do I need another antique Civil War era rifle? And he's looking at this. It's just a picture of a gun, right? And one of the comments was, oh no, are you a gun nut? This Twitter account just got a lot less fun, and he's just like, I'm not a gun nut. I just collect antiques. Straight unicorn is starved to death? What? But there's like moss everywhere. Can they not graze on moss? This seems bad. All right, well. Guess I'm putting the unicorns back out here, even though I don't want to. Apparently we have a buzzard in a trap. And a bunch of wild boars. I had no idea. Also, chat, investments are open. Diamond, you can, like, partake in your addiction. But yeah, I'm just anticipating tomorrow. I think that's basically it for me right now. It's just I'm sitting here and going, big announcement tomorrow. Big announcement tomorrow. Apparently big announcement tomorrow. Oh, shit. Need to open the front door. Forgot to do that. Do it now. Do it, dwarves. Wait, what? Is throwing another tantrum. Already got 1 count of disorderly conduct. Let's get you some more. Dwarf is such a shame. Such a goddamn shame. You're gonna go punch a unicorn? Nope. I think I know what they're going to announce. Because it would make sense to have it announced for PAX. So there was a thing that I'm not going to mention because I have respect for Bay 12. But there was a thing that Zach accidentally leaked on a stream when he was on my stream, where he stated a thing out loud, and then Tarn goes, "Oh crap, did I just fuck up?" And then Tarn went, "You just fucked up," because he said a thing that he wasn't supposed to say. And in the full VOD, I bleeped it out, so you can't hear it, but you can kind of discern what it is from the chat, right? Because I didn't blur the chat. But in the Twitch VOD, which is still saved on this channel, you can go watch it. I think that's what they're announcing officially, is the thing that I had to bleep out. I think that's what they're going to announce. Hey, Laser, what's up? What window are we wagering? I will be surprised if it's a release date, just because I know somebody who knows what it is, and he said he's not nervous. So, although he won't tell me because he's signed things. He won't tell me what it is. I will be surprised if it's a release date tomorrow. But, you know, it would also make sense. I think they're announcing who the composer peoples for music is. And I think they're announcing soundtrack stuff and audio stuff. That's my assumption. But I don't actually know. Hey, I actually won. Good win, Peter. And Diamond wins again. But yeah, it would make sense to announce things before PAX and then be able to show it at PAX, right? Because you need to drive some excitement for the panel. I have the PAX 3 channel open, and I just noticed. Diamond Dwarf Fortress! Pog. I expect that chat to be full of my emotes on Friday. And there we go. The melting of metal objects begins. Did they not open the bottom door? Oh, they did. Okay, good. I guess there's some things that they just have to go that way for. And this is still blocked off because they can't get through it, so. Melting of metal object. What's all that blood there for? Okay, no, that's human's blood. That's fine. Totally not out of the ordinary. Human blood, fine. Old human blood. Hey, wait, what's going to prison? Finally. Although, if I recall correctly, wait, what hates being in prison, so I'm sure this won't be good for you, but we can try. I see your yo when I raise you a howdy. Hey, Lilu. I mean, I'm just assuming that the panel itself is just going to be... Like, what I'm expecting from the panel is I'm expecting it to be... Because they still haven't shown all of the Embark screen stuff. I'm just assuming they're just going to go through world generation, generate a world, Embark, and then build some shit. You're going to copy-paste that. That's all I have to say, Diamond. But yeah, no, that's kind of what I'm expecting from the panel. I'm just assuming they will do a quick embark and then build a small fortress. That's what I expect. Five seconds later, removed. Oh, probably. Yeah, just insta-banned. Self-promoting. I mean, back in the day, like the actual how to sell a bunch of emotes strat was to just wait until Games Done Quick was happening, and then you jump into the Games Done Quick channel and you spam your own emote. And if people started posting your emote frequently, then you'd get a bunch of sales. That for a while there was the how to make a bunch of money is just make eye-catchy emotes that people see and then post them in a busy channel. That was the Twitch meta of, like, 2014. So, maybe not that relevant now, but now it's just a good way to get timed out. Now the Twitch meta is just be loud and obnoxious and only make reaction content and sit and just chatting and cause drama with other streamers and be loud and obnoxious and preach the manosphere. That's the current Twitch meta, which means I will be broke forever because I'm never gonna stoop that low. Which is probably for the best, but also, frankly, I need to learn to stoop a little lower, I guess. That's partners in crime, that, Diamond. Alright, so are we gonna go punch that dwarf anytime soon, Dwarf? I need you to go bonk that dude over the head and put him in prison. That's one of the metas on Twitch. I generally hate the Twitch metas. Mostly being sarcastic, but also not too far off from the truth. There's a lot of really shitty people that are big names on Twitch, and it's kind of a shame. You know, there's many reasons I don't have any interest in going to TwitchCon anymore. And I'll just be kind of blunt and say, like, if you want to see why I have no interest in going to a TwitchCon, go to the post where Twitch actually mandated or decided to, like respect people's health and, you know, require masks for TwitchCon. And proof of vaccination, which they do now, and just go and scroll down into the comments section and see how many massive names from the site are saying, well, not attending now. It'll be pretty quick, and you'll notice a bunch of names, and those are the people that make some of the most money on this site. It's being an asshole generally makes you money on the internet. Which is why, you know, when you stream small, interesting games like me, like, you know, I have a humble audience of 50 to 100 people, maybe, instead of, like, you know, 6,000 to 50,000. 6,000 to 50,000 kind of thing. You kind of just... If you're chill and honest, you don't get a huge audience, unfortunately. This is kind of disappointing. Streaming is just like anything on the internet. You have to deal with people on the internet. Although I'll say this, if you stream as a hobby. Don't give a fuck about the metas. Don't do anything that, or don't do it because you think you're going to make money. Do it because you want to do it and stream things you want to stream. You have to deal with chat. Most of those guys don't look at their chat, come on. Every single streaming platform has problems. None of them are perfect. Twitch isn't perfect. YouTube isn't perfect. Facebook is awful, generally. The worst one far away is DLive, but you're glad you weren't aware of what that was. It's just extremely sexist people who think that they're cool. Or like preaching alpha maleism, essentially. That's all it is. But you know, it's the reason that I try my damnedest to avoid large parts of the Twitch community. I mean, I have to deal with that annoying person who pops in and says it's Monday every single day. I mean, frankly, that's not that bad for what I have to deal with. I've had to deal with some pretty ridiculously awful people in my time on Twitch, and I've had various eras of being harassed by various groups, but it's been pretty chill recently. Turns out just stream a game that nobody realizes people stream and you don't generally get bothered by people too frequently. Usually I just, like, if someone's going to insult me, it's just somebody who realizes that I have depression issues and is going to pop in and be like, I hope you kill yourself. Because every now and again, people decide they really don't like me for some reason. No, they never watch my streams on Monday. Because I stream on a different channel on Mondays. Which I get paid to stream on. So I guess theoretically I get paid to stream on this one too. It's just I get paid when people feel like being kind versus guaranteed money on the other one. I mean, that was the first year and a half of me streaming, right? I mean, people see me now and they see that I have like, what, 15-ish thousand followers, like 270 subscribers and 60 people watching. People need to realize that I didn't consistently average above 3 viewers for like 8 months. And that was streaming 7 days a week. And this was back when there was way less competition on Twitch. It took a long time for me to claw my way into this industry. And I did it casually as a hobby for a really long time. And also when I started, there was really no way to make money streaming. Like, the affiliate program didn't exist yet. The partner program was very lofty. Like, you needed 300 concurrent viewers to even be considered for the partner program back in those days. So just like a lot of people just kind of, went with the assumption that you're not going to make money. So the vast majority of people with less than 50 viewers were just streaming for fun. And you ended up with like a lot of casual hobby channels. And those were a lot of the channels that I liked watching the most. But none of them exist anymore because everybody starts streaming with the expectation of doing it for a living. Generally, I just don't respond to those comments at all. I just hide them from the channel and move on with my day. It's generally not worth responding to those types of comments here. But they do stick in your head, and it's impossible to get rid of them once they pop in. Doing it for a living seems like the worst reason to stream at this point. I mean, it's like anything, right? It's like saying, I'm going to go be a rock star. I mean, you can absolutely go start a band and start practicing and maybe get a gig or two, but you're not going to make a sustainable amount of money, right? Doing that. You should be in a band because you want to practice music and play music with a group of people. You shouldn't be in a band because you want to be rich and famous. And, when I started streaming, it was because I needed a social outlet and I was a workaholic who had no free time. And it was an easy way for me to play games not play multiplayer games, because previously multiplayer games were a social outlet and they just caused me anxiety and stressed me out. I'm looking at you, League of Legends and Dota, and Counter-Strike and all that crap. Whereas, like, streaming, I could just pop on and play whatever game I'd been playing at the time and have maybe one or two people that I knew personally pop into my chat and hang out. And then maybe the occasional random would, and I'd just play games like that. Did that for a good couple of years. Eventually, I kind of found a niche that grew the channel a little bit, and I found a slightly better niche, and then someone was like, hey, make a PayPal link so I can send you money, and I was like, I guess, and then someone sent me $6. It's like, I always tell people, it's like the first year that I streamed, I made $0. The second year that I streamed, I made $200. And I got gifted Grand Theft Auto. Like, I never really... I didn't make much money at the start. And even now, I'm still technically below minimum wage. The only reason I can afford to do this is because I don't own I don't own a car. I don't own a car. That's the reason I can afford to do this. Is because I don't own a car. $200 for the year. The second year I streamed, yeah. This would have been 2014. I made $200 in 2014. 2013, I didn't make anything. 2014, I made... Well, actually, technically, I started streaming in 2012. So 2012, I made nothing. 2013, I made nothing. 2014, I made about $200 over the entire year in just small tips here and there, and I think one $100 tip. 2015, I made a little bit more. And then 2016, 2017, I started making enough that it became a side hustle. And by 2018, it was my full-time job. It took a long time. A long, long time. And then I quit my old job at the beginning of 2019. Well, no. End of 2018. But I was down to 1 day a week at the old job. Yeah, and you want to know why that is? Is because I'm a relatively plain-looking, generic white dude. Turns out, there's a lot of... The only way that I could make myself more generic on Twitch is if I also had a beard. Like, I am about the most vanilla, bland, boring streamer that you can get when it comes to demographics, right? So I don't stand out in any way. I'm not a particularly crass person who goes after other people and plays super popular games, and I don't, stream snipe and try and get into games with Lyric. I didn't stream multiplayer games. I didn't stream games that were largely popular genres. I streamed games that I wanted to stream, and because of that, I'm, a pretty humbly small channel, and it took me a really long time to grow. But I'm still here. I mean, most of the people that I knew back in the day that got really big back in the day and made a lot of money, got really big, made an unsustainably large amount of money in a really short period of time, and then stopped making that amount of money after they got used to making that amount of money. So I'll just use somebody who I won't name. Some people here might be able to figure out who I'm referencing, but I'm gonna leave names out, and I'm gonna ask chat to please leave names out if you can guess who it is. But I used to know a guy who played a lot of Minecraft. Played a lot of Minecraft. And he blew up playing Minecraft. Got really, really big for a bit there. Like 800 to 1,000 concurrent viewers. Had a very supportive audience. Did very, 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 very well for a bit. That narrows it down to 99% Twitch. I know, I'm trying to be generic. He made friends with a bunch of pretty famous people, joined a team with a bunch of pretty large Minecraft streamers. Yay, my mayor finally forgot about their demand. Hallelujah. Then, just over time, he started to fall off. right? Like, he had this huge audience for maybe about a year, and I don't know exactly how much he made, but I know for a fact there was one guy who gave him like, it was $5,000 in one single cheer once. So like, he was doing pretty fucking well. But then over time, he just started to peter out. And as of last time I checked, he hasn't streamed in like a year and a half. And I guess one thing that I've always been kind of thankful for is that I've never blown up or gotten big, because the thing that a lot of channels can't handle on Twitch is they find a niche that works, they get really big off of that niche, and then they burn out. And then they lose their entire audience. And I've never blown up on anything, really. So I've never had that crash. I've just always kind of been relatively small when it comes to streaming. Like, in comparison to other people, I've always just been a relatively small channel. For better or for worse. And, you know, it has its benefits. It has its problems. It's not perfect. Of course, I wish I was bigger, and of course, I wish I made more money, but I make enough to pay my bills, generally. My bills aren't expensive because I've never scaled up, because I've only ever made enough to pay my bills. And that's kind of all I've ever been. But I've also never had enough of a fall off ever that I haven't been able to do it full time anymore, which I guess is a win. Similar problem to winning the lottery: huge cash injection and lack of planning, and then it's gone in a blink. Yeah, I mean, there was a streamer a number of years ago who I can't even remember. I'd actually drop this guy's name, but I can't actually remember what his name was. There was a streamer a number of years ago that got really big off of the launch of Knights of the Old Republic, the MMO. Hey, Kavish has given birth to a girl. We've got another baby girl today. Anybody want to be a baby girl in the fortress? Got a second one. But he blew up off of Knights of the Old Republic. Yeah, the launch of this is a while ago, but like, I was streaming back in those days, right? And I remember, because I knew him through somebody else. It was like a friend of a friend, like an acquaintance, right? I kind of still want to give them to new people, Bastet, and I know that you've had a lot. Is there any other takers? Or am I giving Bastet like her 8th dwarf? But if anybody hasn't had a dwarf in Longdeath before, please raise your hand. I'm trying to like balance it out a little bit more. Fight attack? Alrighty, fight attack. Yes, your dwarf still exists, so you don't have the option. She is a daughter of Kavish and Kavish Pet Mines. So Kavish crafted Lash and Kavish Pet Mines. Unfortunately, you were a little too slow there, Vader. She is an ardent worshipper of Onal and a worshipper of Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks. And she was born today, which makes her very young indeed. Her nose bridge is concave, and her hair is somewhat greasy. Her long hair is tied in a ponytail, and her cobalt eyes have thin irises. But anyways, as I was rambling, that streamer blew up, and I mean like blew up. Like, he had 20 to 30,000 concurrent viewers for a good couple of months on Knights of the Old Republic. So he was like one of the biggest channels on the site at the time, if not like the biggest channel on the site at the time. And from that, he then basically did this. Went from like the 20, 30,000 concurrents down to about 500. Off of KOTOR, yes. Down to about 500 in about 6 months, right? So 20 to 30,000 concurrents down to about 500. And said that he's like, I can't afford to live off of this. And then he quit and like stopped streaming altogether. And after putting out a really big sob story video about how people didn't like him and how people didn't stick around. And all I have to say to that is, I know a guy who has about 500 to 800 viewers, and he makes almost 6 figures very consistently on Twitch, if not above 6 figures, between advertising, sponsorships, and like subs and primes and everything, you can do very well with like 500 to 600 viewers. So it's that amount of drop off that some people have. Like, it happened to a lot of people in Warframe, but I'll talk about that a little bit more after I read this. She likes chalk, tin, brown jasper, opal, two-legged rhino, lizard, horn, loon bone. I have a real life loon bone, chat. See, it's a Canadian loon bone. Anyway, where's loon bone? Loon bone and shields and dresses and earrings and ballista parts and giant skunks for their foul smell. And the sight of the rhythm of gloss, and when possible prefers to consume blue peafowl, salmon, and tapir cheese, and dwarven ale, and blood amaranth leaves. Have you ever seen a dwarf that likes a skunk for their foul smell? This one likes giant skunks for their foul smell. She personally thoroughly is disgusted by cooperation, but not the scent of skunks, and values cunning and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time, and dreams of raising a family. She has a strong sense of duty, but not sense of smell, and she actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. And she can be caught up in internal deliberations when she's smelling an intense smell, and when action is necessary. And she rarely tries to assert herself in the conversation because she stinks. She is very humble and has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future, has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. She tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and she is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She has a calm demeanor and occasionally overindulges in strong stinks, and stiffens when she's surprised due to the sharp scent, and she talks rapidly after she's been surprised by the skunk spraying her. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day because she stinks, and does not mind working outdoors, at least for a time. Dagaba! Dagaba indeed. Am I making fun of these dwarfs' tastes? Damn right. Wouldn't you? And come on. The only thing you're worried about is toxic mobs and bringing IRL shit to the work that you're doing online? Then don't dox yourself. Don't tell people anything about who you are or what you do. Don't show your face. Problem solved. But I'm trying to get back onto that previous subject I was on before I read that line about skunks. Also, Dagaba. Dagaba is just funny to me. Just voice. Yeah, I would also, this is just me, but I would also avoid using avatars and characters and VTubing and all that crap. Because if you ever decide you want to change it, you'll immediately lose your audience. I know somebody who was a VTuber, or previously was just a no-cam streamer, right? You know, just streamed like this, just a disembodied voice. And then they grabbed a VTube model and like a slight voice changer, and they VTubed for a bit. They got really tired of the character, so they changed it, and they went from being like a 50 viewer streamer with no cam to like a 200 viewer streamer as a VTuber, back down to like a 20 viewer streamer, because they lost their original audience when they made the avatar, or a portion of their original audience when they made the avatar. And now that they've removed it, they've also lost the audience that they gained. So I would just recommend, like, especially if you just want to do it as a hobby, just stream camless. Maybe with a watermark. Game's saving, so there ain't much I can do currently. The world needs an ASCII VTuber. The asterisk is does not need. Yeah, I mean, like, for me, VTubers are exactly the same as character streamers from years ago. I keep on, I love bringing up this other person that I knew. who, again, I kind of feel bad like referencing these people that used to stream by name, so I'm just not gonna do it. Well, fuck it. This guy's name was Envy, was the name that he ended up getting, just Envy. But he had a shtick, which was he was one of the first people who noticed that this little piece of software called FaceRig existed. No, I'm not next gen RTX Diamond because I can't afford that amount of computing power. But anyway, his name was Envy, and he had this shtick where he was one of the first people to find FaceRig, and he made himself into a cat. He was like basically like the default cat for FaceRig, but like he had like his eyes changed or something. Anyway, he was one of the first people to find that FaceRig existed. And I just remember this, and he was like, he had like sub 10 viewers usually when he was just streaming with a camera on or no cam. He was decently entertaining. But he found FaceRig, and I remember he was streaming through the Borderlands games, and he just randomly like spiked up in view counts because, oh my god, it's a cat. And he'd like played up this character, and then he tried to do this thing for a bit because he kind of got tired of the character that he came up with for this cat, where he would have like the owner streams where he would stream with his face and then like swap between his face and the cat. And again, it was the same deal. Like, and I remember there was like a thing where he reached out to me. He's like, Blind, you should be a dog. And I was like, what? And he's just like, no, like you use FaceRig and make yourself into a dog, and I'll be a cat, and we can do duo streams all the time. And I was like, how about no? And he was just like, well, all right then. And then I basically never really spoke with him again. But yeah, I watched him like build this shtick and do really well for a pretty brief period of time. And, you know, he did all right. And then same thing happened to him that happens to every character streamer. He just got tired of his shtick and then tried to change it, and his audience just evaporated. And I think VTubing is like maybe the example of like companies and creators finally figuring out a way to make or brand, I guess, character streaming in a way that actually works to a degree, which I think is kind of impressive, frankly, that they finally managed to do that. But sure. I mean, hey, if it works, fucking roll with it, right? Like, I think Ozzy in Space still streams with FaceRig, but I don't know. I've always found that stuff to be creepy. You'll have an artist create a guana for the channel itself, but you didn't even consider no cam or no avatar. I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, yeah, I do actually have it set up for this. I got this. This little flaming animated skull. It's like a watermark, right? Just have a watermark. It's the sex number, Perilous. Yeah, just have a watermark. Doesn't need to animate. Just have something that like identifies your content as your content, so if someone steals it, you can be like, "Oh, you stole my shit! The fuck!" But that's about it. That's like all that you really need. Which you only bought for the 1 year of Monster Cat licensing. You know, if you subscribe to their Twitch channel, you have the license to use all of their shit. I'll be completely honest with you, Fightatech. FaceRig and most of that camera software that like lets you sync your facial features to avatars, and the same kind of goes for like VR chat and shit like that, to me is so far beyond the uncanny valley, it scares me. Like, I actually think it's creepy. Like, so I've had some people like comment, it's like, man, you talk down on VTubing. It's like, no, I just find that shit to be genuinely creepy. Like, it makes me uncomfortable. I want to leave the room. I don't like looking at it. It just, there's something about it that is just uncanny and weird to me. And I know I'm not alone there, but I have nothing actually against it. It just scares the piss out of me when I see it. I mean, how am I supposed to know that you're real? It would be easier for you to figure out if I'm real than for me to figure out if you're real. Whereas you could just be like a semi-convincing chatbot knockoff. Someone may have just put like 40 instances of Cleverbot in my chat. Not enough typos for it to be convincing. Diamond's definitely real with the amount of typos he puts in. Diamond is definitely real. I know that much. But chat, prove to me you're real. Throw 1 bit in the chat. If you don't throw a bit in the next 90 seconds, you're definitely a bot. No, it's fine. But how would you compare this game to RimWorld? I don't compare it to RimWorld because RimWorld is so completely different. RimWorld compares itself to Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress doesn't compare itself to RimWorld. RimWorld compares itself to Dwarf Fortress because it's easy and free marketing. How do you get a bit? Yeah, you give Twitch $1.80, and then you type in cheer 1. You don't actually have to do it if you don't want to. It's fine. I just know that large portions of my chat don't actually throw bits at me, so it was a very easy way to be like, checkmate chat room. There you go. 2 cents. You done did it. Congrats. You're not a bot. That's proof. Fact. 1 person, not a bot. I don't know. Maybe because you literally sent me a link to like your bot's like permissions required to join my Discord server. How do I not know it's not you finally just joining my Discord server? Also, I've given your bot. Actually, I'll look at that shit later. I don't know how that stuff works right now. I like reading stuff. Bots follow instructions. Okay, but who's giving the bot an allowance? Beer, what's up? How's things, Beerman here? This poor fucking dwarf, dude. Oh, also, someone was asking about dwarven descriptions. Her upper body bears a tiny straight scar. Her neck bears marks of old wounds, including a massive jagged scar. Her head bears a massive jagged scar, and her upper left arm bears a slightly short straight scar. Her head bears a massive jagged scar, and her eyes are cobalt. Her lower front teeth is gone. Elon Musk doesn't share his wealth. Don't kid yourself. Elon Musk hoards wealth. Reminds you of your ex. That's concerning. Make them less able to eat? I don't think so. Considering having 2 missing eyes doesn't make them any less capable of functioning. We actually had a blind dwarf in this fortress briefly. They got their eyes knocked out by the captain of the guard. Or crushed, I guess. And so they had no functioning eyes. It might impede their ability to bite in combat. But I don't know. That's something you'd have to ask, like, the dwarven scientists, maybe on, like, the Kid Fox Discord or something. But I don't know. Pretty hungover? That's not a bad thing. Trying to get your hand behind your heater because you dropped your phone behind there and your hand is too large to retrieve the phone? Might I recommend a ruler? I mean, if a 3-year-old dwarf can carry a granite boulder, I don't think it really matters whether or not a dwarf is disabled. Because if you can pick up and carry a granite boulder, you're basically Superman. I mean, got so much pigtail cloth. What material do I have the most of? I might just make a bunch of iron bins. Let's just make iron bins. Get a bin in there. What happened to the crazed vampire? Still in the walls. Still berserk. Still crazy. Every now and again, there's an owl. Every now and again, in this screen, something will pop up and he'll just be screaming. So, you know, still crazy. Still a vampire. Still in the walls. Still screaming. Still berserk. All of his clothes have rotted off his body. Quite literally the oldest entity in this entire fortress, I think. It does feel like you just popped that, didn't it?
How feels so soon crept.
Thank you very much for month 3, RGs. Maybe you waited a little bit to pop the last one or something, but thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for month 3 from RGs? But yeah, no, I have confirmation that there will be Dwarf Fortress news tomorrow and, air quotes, big announcement. Big, exciting announcement, air quotes. So. I'm curious about how big and exciting it'll actually be. But, you know. If they're just like, yo, like, release date here, that'll be cool. You're not ready for Steam easy mode? Dwarf Fortress already is easy mode. Also, League of Babies. I don't know if you're still in the chat, but the reason I kind of lost the thread with that statement, but the reason I don't compare Dwarf Fortress to RimWorld is RimWorld is loosely inspired by Dwarf Fortress. And when I say loosely, I mean the mechanic, the one thing that RimWorld does that's similar to Dwarf Fortress is you have a base of people in a place. That is the similarities that RimWorld has to Dwarf Fortress. So, to a degree, RimWorld has about as much in common with Dwarf Fortress as The Sims has in common with Dwarf Fortress. Very early on in RimWorld's development, it had a lot more things in common with Dwarf Fortress. Early on in RimWorld's development, it had certain fear mechanics. You didn't have direct control over your colonists. There was a few things about RimWorld early on in its development that were closer to Dwarf Fortress. But since those days, most of those features have been removed from RimWorld, if not all of them, in favor of making RimWorld into a min-maxing heavy, this is going to sound kind of mean, tower defense game, which is largely what RimWorld became, especially towards its release. And I think that that's kind of a shame, largely. I really wish that they stuck closer to what inspired them, but they moved away from that. And even like Tynan Sylvester has stated in interviews a couple of times that he largely failed with his goal to make a game that was a story generator like Dwarf Fortress, because what he actually ended up making was a pretty competent strategy game, which is kind of a shame if you want a story generator or if you want a game that's like Dwarf Fortress, because RimWorld really isn't anything like Dwarf Fortress. And also, RimWorld kind of messes up in that a lot of the things that make Dwarf Fortress cool, RimWorld just does terribly badly. Like, the thing that makes Dwarf Fortress cool is its world generation, its history generation, its character generation. All of the character descriptions in RimWorld are handwritten. The art generation in RimWorld is kind of neat, but super generic. And there is no history generation in RimWorld to speak of. Also, other mechanics that RimWorld does that are similar to Dwarf Fortress, they sell you as DLCs. So, like, Dwarf Fortress has a pretty advanced religion mechanic that's way cooler than RimWorld's religion mechanics, but it's just in the game and free. So to me, like, I don't hate RimWorld, but RimWorld, as somebody who plays a lot of Dwarf Fortress, RimWorld is a game that piggybacked off of Dwarf Fortress's mythical fame and turned it into a way of getting rich. And I think that that kind of sucks to some degrees. I think it's really cool that there are developers that are trying to make games that are like Dwarf Fortress. I think that that's really cool. I just think it's a bit of a shame that none of them really do it justice, at least not what makes Dwarf Fortress cool. Like, none of them successfully pull off the features that make Dwarf Fortress cool. Like, there isn't a single, like, Dwarf Fortress copycat out there that comes close to it. Well, I mean, it's just like mainstream mainstream game players calling everything that's a hard game a roguelike. You know? It's like, if you make a game that's hard and has arcadey or any kind of run-based elements to it, people are going to call it a roguelike, even if it's got nothing to do with roguelikes. It's like, I've seen people call Dark Souls a roguelike, and they're like, yeah, you die and you have to go get your stuff again. It's like, that's not a fucking roguelike, you twit. But, you know, or a Souls, like, sure. Yeah. But the things that, like, RimWorld does do is it teaches you kind of the basic concepts you need to know to play one of the two modes of Dwarf Fortress. It teaches you, like, the basic management concepts and, like, what to expect and how to, like, divvy up jobs. I'm going to make this into a storage spot for cloth, by the way. So, like, that, there is that. And it is kind of nice to, like, if you've never played Dwarf Fortress, to just kind of have this, oh, this is a game that you can play that will, like, teach you some of the basic concepts of how to manage a town. But I guess theoretically, like, any town builder would do that. No, because RimWorld is a much harder game than Dwarf Fortress. Like, RimWorld is an actively, maniacally mean game that is designed to make you suffer and hate the characters that you're creating. It is a game that is designed from the ground up to be difficult, complicated, and unfair on certain difficulty levels. It is a game that is designed to kill you. So, no, RimWorld isn't Dwarf Fortress for babies. RimWorld is a completely different game that people mistakenly compare to Dwarf Fortress because they've never played Dwarf Fortress. Like, I'm not going to insult people who play RimWorld because RimWorld's great, but it's so far removed from what Dwarf Fortress is. Yeah, they also did that too. What Diamond said. RimWorld used to have inspired by Dwarf Fortress in multiple places on the Steam page, and they've removed it down to only one. You really have to dig into the description to actually see it again. And they also removed it from the front page of the game, which I think is kind of cruddy. But, I mean, RimWorld's Kickstarter largely succeeded because Tynan heavily promoted it on the Bay 12 forums. And, you know, honestly, it was a good Kickstarter. Like, that demo was fucking great. But, like, it largely succeeded because of promotion through the Dwarf Fortress community. That's also inaccurate. It's probably closer to 4,000 hours because I streamed a good 1,000 hours of the versions before it was on Steam. So it's probably closer to 1,000 hours. But, you know, that being said, you know, me and my team host the RimWorld Hot Potato every year. And we're hoping to raise $100,000 for Doctors Without Borders this year. So, should be a good time. Got a really good list of guests already confirmed for this year. Nobody to officially announce yet, but it's people you've heard of. It's people you've heard of, and probably people you've seen before. And having a solid charity, you've already donated Doctors Without Borders 3 times this year. What am I mining out? Just a little bit of storage space for cloth. That's all I'm mining out, is just a little bit of storage space. We're also reorganizing these stockpiles. Every now and again, I have to mine out more storage space. That's all that this is. Damn, that cleaned out quick. Guess I should also close the drain. Close that. And just so I don't forget, let's also close that. Yeah, I never fully understood the RimWorld and Kenshi vibe. I mean, it's the same audience, but the thing that I like telling people, though, Lasergana, is the thing that I like telling people is, everybody's like, oh, would you compare RimWorld to Dwarf Fortress? It's like, no, but I would compare Dwarf Fortress to Kenshi, because Dwarf Fortress has adventure mode, which is closer to Kenshi than RimWorld ever will be. Adventure mode in Dwarf Fort, like, you can do a lot of similar things. I mean, like, you can build a party of people, you can, like, overthrow a town's leadership, you can go get beaten to death out in the wastes, you can make multiple different characters and develop a reputation. You can, like, found a fortress. You can build, sort of. You can, like, craft and do survival crafty things. Like, there's a lot of stuff you can do in adventure mode that's very similar to Kenshi. To a point where, like, it's almost more interesting. And obviously, like, they don't have as in-depth mechanics for certain things. Like, you can't, like, get kidnapped or anything, but I'm literally making iron bins right now and placing them here. And why don't I use them? Because I sell them. Well, it's free. Laser Guana. It is free. Also, investments are open, chat room. It's like I just made 50 and now I'm making another 100. I make them periodically, but they get sold. I mean, like, all of these little stockpiles are full of bins. So the plinth and the back of the heater. You just need to, like, recruit a small child with smaller hands. You have any small children you could borrow? Long pliers, maybe? A fork? Pokey stick? Chopsticks? I don't know. I'm running out of idea. Unbolt the entire heater from wall. How many dwarves do I have? In this fort? Not very many. There's like 52. 53, actually. But normal fort's like 160. The thing is, this fortress is called Longdeath, and we're on year 418, which means this fortress is 413 years old. And we started playing this fortress back in August of 2020. Also, actually, worth noting, this fortress is 2 years old. By the way, Longdeath is 2 years old. I've been playing this fortress for 2 years as of this week. Should have made a bigger deal about this. Work of art? I don't know if I'd go that far. Work of pure stupidity, maybe. What made me choose this tile set over other ones? I don't like graphical tile sets. And this is one of the few ASCII tile sets that's visually like discernible enough to the layman that people don't complain that I'm not using a tile set. If I use the more ASCII tile sets like that I like I really like Humble, but the more ASCII tile sets that I really like using, there's always there's enough people that complain that I'm not using a tile set that I just stopped. Do I remember any notable events and projects in this fortress or in general? You're going to need to elaborate on that question a little bit, be more specific. In this fortress? Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you remember what you did 6 weeks ago? Because I did everything that has happened in this fortress. So yeah, of course I remember it. I remember the vast majority of it. Like asking me if I have memory. Yes, I have memory. The first siege of Threat Dweller was pretty nifty. Threat Dweller's been a fun fort to run. Different than this one, but fun. So many dwarves died in that fight. So many. There we go. Almost done polishing this floor. You want me to share some of my favorites? I had a dwarf who was married, and her husband was always kind of tantrum-y, moody, as you would say about dwarves, and eventually got super tantrum-y and started, like, committing crimes actively, right? Went to prison once, and he got even worse. When he came out of prison, came out roaring and went and punched the mayor at the time, and beat the ever-living crap out of another dwarf, almost killed them. And then the captain of the guard turned around and got a little bit too excited and, shall we just say, killed that dwarf with beat stick. Literally just went and, like, beat the dwarf to death. It's kind of like oh no, the captain of the guard got too strong and now we have a dead dwarf. So killed that dwarf, right? Killed the dwarf that was tantruming. Within about 10 seconds of in-game time, that dwarf's wife married the mayor. Do I foresee any issues? What, like this fort dying? I mean, there's plenty that could happen. Of course, there's like always stuff that could go wrong. We could tantrum spiral and die. I could miss a siege and forget to pull a lever and we die. I could screw up some moods a little bit and have some tantrum problems and then we die. This fort's also 2 versions old on the game, so stress is much more of an issue. There's lots of things that could go wrong, but my goal is to get it to 1,000 years, and I'm not going to finish it this year. We'll keep working at it, keep plugging away, which will be real fun because every now and again, like, people will be, you know, streaming premium mostly, and then every now and again I'll go back to Longdeath, and UI's still going to look like this because I'm not moving this up to the more recent versions. But that's probably one of my favorite stories from this fortress is that particular, like, weird love triangle thing where that mayor basically had a dwarf's husband executed over petty crimes to then marry his wife, which was pretty funny. Aside from that, I mean, like, there's the kobold couple. Early on in this fortress, there were these two kobolds, Gurgi Kalildis and Kaljarorber, that used to show up and steal our stuff. Anyway, one of them got killed by a human visitor because I like kobolds, so I will just let them steal stuff. I don't mind. It's like, okay, you can steal my stuff. That is totally acceptable, little kobold. But this human visitor, using a bow and arrow, shot that one of the two kobolds to death, and I felt bad. So after disposing of the body, we made a statue of one of those two kobolds, the one that died, and that statue's right here. It's a statue of Kaljarorber, the kobold that died, and that's Tarn speaking kobold. But anyway, it's a masterfully designed image of Kaljarorber, the kobold, and Gurgi Kalildis, the kobold, and Nice, by Cassie. Kaljarorber is embracing Gurgi Kalildis. The artwork relates to the marriage of the kobold Kaljarorber and the kobold Gurgi Kalildis in the early spring of year 5. They were married, and we ruined a kobold relationship. Kind of a sad story, but I like that one. I made 2 Cyclopses fight in the maze. That was pretty fun. I don't know. There's lots of little stories. They kind of come and go. But yeah, I do remember a lot of stories. It's just a lot of them I've told many times. There was a child that tantrumed really early on when we had a baron in the fortress who ripped the leg off of the baron, causing the baron to bleed out and die. And another captain of the guard hit the child in the head with a pickaxe and killed him. Little did I know that also chopped his arm off. So the child was killed by the captain of the guard. This is a sentence to say out loud. Right here. Right? And his arm landed there. And there's a slab here, which is a memorial to Morden. By DeBerries, in memory of Morden, born in 15, struck down by the dwarf Hops with a copper pick in the year 27, slayer of Tapioke, who was my baron, or actually baroness. But anyway, so killed my baron, right? Now, the beauty of that is I didn't know that the arm got decapitated. And at that time, there was no way for us to get up there. Like, we had no easy route to the spot where the arm was. So there was just an arm there. And I didn't know there was an arm there. Chat didn't know there was an arm there, but there was an arm there. And I had all of these, like, weirdly sad dwarves for a bit. And they were always saying, it's like, after seeing Morden's dead body, I'm like, he's been buried in a coffin. I made the memorial. That's a thing that the player has to order to be made. All constructions are things that the players have to designate orders, but the dwarves decide who does it. You can, like, be more specific and granular if you want to, but I don't. Anyway, so the dwarves had buried the majority of the body in the coffin, but, like, I kept on seeing in their thoughts in here was scared after seeing a dwarf's dead body, blah, 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 dwarf's dead body, dwarf's dead body, dwarf's dead body. And I was like, where are they seeing this corpse? Because we buried it. And then I went into the corpse item tracking list under this. These are all body parts, right? And then those purple ones are all bits and pieces that aren't actually buried, but are on the map somewhere. Do they make the description? Yes, they do. They make the description. I don't make the like, you don't type anything. You tell them to make a slab and engrave it in the name of this person, and then they make the slab, and then they engrave it in the name of that person, and they write down some notable events that they know about that person. But like with art in Dwarf Fortress, you can tell, like with these statues are all the same image because I've mandated that image, but you can also just, like, let them make images of whatever the fuck. Like, this is just an image of the Dwarf King. But yeah, no, and then, so it took us about 35 years, 30 to 35 years to find that arm. And then I eventually located it. And when I located it, I built that little ramp up to that upper area right here. I built this ramp right there. And I put that slab where its body is. But here, I mean, I've got a bunch more slabs down here. These are all different slabs. Like this is a memorial to the dwarf Critty. It reads, in memory of Critty III, born in 223, suffocated, slain by the dwarf Free II in 327. Devoted father. What else do we have? In memory of Taba Smithsedel, Eridetto went missing in the year 282. What about this one? In memory of Gismer Arectos Bathon went missing in the year 283, Slayer of a Forgotten Beast. Most of these are like in memory of random humans. The slab reads in memory of Wave Depletion, born in 281, suffocated by the dwarf Kivish Bolt Church in 311, creator of Filled Erased, which is an artifact. I mean, also all of this is generated, right? Like this is a dwarf's description. This is a Nanamo's description. All of this is generated and changes permanently based on their experiences, and their personality is reflected in real life, or not in real life, but in the game, right? So this dwarf has an incredibly calm demeanor, so won't easily develop stressed thoughts. After seeing Bastet's dead body in 371, is frequently depressed after retching on miasma in 386. And he is completely oblivious to the concept of neatness and will leave his things strewn about without a care after retching in miasma in 378. And he is confident under pressure, a strengthening after retching in miasma in 394, and forms only fleeting rare emotional bonds with others, and actively avoids exciting or stressful situations after somebody's death in 394. That's why Dwarf Fortress is cool. And that's the thing that, like, every other game fucks up. I mean, we also have books in this fortress, right? In this fortress, we have 313 books. Though all of those books were written by my dwarves. I didn't tell them to do it. The scholars go and study, and then they write these books, and then they make copies of said books. Like, this is a nice bound codex. The written portion consists of a one-page essay entitled The Guild of Vines, Problems and Solutions, authored by Vinsati. It concerns the acceptance of the dwarf Vinsati as a member of the Guild of Vines in the mid-autumn of the year 6. The writing is stunningly self-indulgent, yet remarkably serious, yet reasonably serious. Overall, the prose is amateurish at best. Let's see, what else do we have? Muscles Without Limits. Written on the item is a manual entitled Muscles Without Limits. Okay. Authored by Ryan II. It concerns the classification of muscles and the writing ranking from pleb to gigachad. The writing could only have been produced by a merciful spirit. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. This object is showing some wear. I didn't know about this book, so I'm going to send a screenshot of this to Ryan, who will get a very big kick out of it, I think. What else do we have? An introduction to breathing, in case you forgot. Very important. Written on the item is a manual entitled Introduction to Breathing, authored by Cyrilak II. It concerns the pulmonary medicine. The writing is reasonably serious, but the prose is amateurish at best. Not bad. 3 stars. 3 out of 5. What else do we have? There's a lot of copies of the Guild of Vines in the History of Beliefs. Which one's this? That was one that was written by Animal. The Meaning of the Shadow Clock, written by Sparkly 4K. It is entitled Meaning of the Shadow Clock, authored by Sparkly 4K. It concerns the use of shadows to tell time, to tell the direction of and time. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of them. Ignorance Questioned. Can valves save the world? The pulley before and after. For the love of surgery. The written on the item consists of a one-page manual entitled For the Love of Surgery For the Love of Surgery Models. That's the name of it. Authored by Vinsati II, it concerns the use of practice models in surgery. The writing overflows with sadness. Overall, the prose is not awful, but not very good either. Yep, and Peter's first dwarf got dropped off of the wall as a baby and exploded. I call that the DF experience. Yeah, like items get credited with kills. So if I say go to one of my dwarves that I know for a fact is in the military, like this one, who has 12 kills to their name, they've probably got their weapon equipped. Currently, they're hauling a lot of cloth. Makes it kind of difficult, but... yeah, they do. Oh no, that's their shield. There you go. So this is their steel spear. All of these kills are credited to their steel spear. And only one dwarf has used it, Tygo, and they've gotten 14 kills with this spear. Skills that they have learned after a very long career. Skills that make them a nightmare to people like you. If you let my daughter go, that'll be the end of it. I should rewatch that movie. I wonder if that movie ages even remotely well. It's also like one of the best speeches just like in film history, period. Why do I suck for quoting Taken? The hell, man? What do you got against Taken? The first Taken is fine. It's like the Riddick scene where he shows them his teacup. You know, it's, I think the original, none of the others were good when they were new, so I wouldn't expect them to age well. The only good one in that entire series was the first one. I've seen like I think I've seen Taken 3. But like that first movie, pretty fucking great. The rest of them, pretty fucking lame. So I wouldn't expect them to age well if they were bad when they were new. We're into late winter, which means we're almost at spring. They made an anime about Taken. Please don't tell me anything more. I didn't need to know that that existed. 20 minutes by the Animatrix Studio. Still don't care. I mean, like, the only Taken movie that needed to exist was the first Taken movie, and the rest, no thanks. Go make something unique with an original IP. Well, don't take bad IP like Taken and make something else out of it. Just cheapens it. Also, hey, Tele, how are you? Bourne ended up being a decent series out of nowhere. I don't think I've seen a single one of the Bourne films. I just kind of missed them. I will say I wish that I could legitimately say that I like the Cloverfield movies, but Cloverfield Paradox is just so fucking bad. The last few have actual plot. Okay, actually that's not totally true. There's one bit of Bourne that I know, but it's not from Bourne. I only know of it because of Mythbusters. It's if you put like a magazine in a toaster and then turn on a gas stove, can you blow up a house with it? Oh, I don't plan to binge. No, I'm good. That's the only bit of Bourne that I know about. You haven't seen Cloverfield? If you like found footage films, the first Cloverfield is fantastic. But they keep attaching the Cloverfield name to other films, and they're Not very good. Well, it's like something Cloverfield Lane was pretty good. But my timing would have to be perfect. They've classed by the end of that MythBusters episode, they made it pretty clear that theoretically, yes, you could blow up a house with a magazine and a toaster. But most toasters aren't strong enough to even set the magazine on fire. Just skip Cloverfield Paradox, because it has nothing to do with Cloverfield. It's just a bad movie. But if you like shaky cam monster movies, the first Cloverfield is very good. Ah. Just received a notice from my building about why I have no hot water, which, you know, I figured out last night talking to my neighbors, but... And that's also why that person knocked on my door earlier today to ask if I had hot water. So, yeah, the building is aware of it, and they are fixing it, eventually. Apparently, they say that it's been prioritized on an emergency speed basis, which means it'll get done. My building has central hot water. My building has 2 boilers, which heat the water, yes. And one of the boilers is currently not working, which means we have hot water for very short periods of time when nobody else is, you know, using it anywhere in the building, but it runs out really fast. So, like 10 o'clock in the morning, there's no hot water in the building because everybody just had a shower. Rinse and repeat again at 4 p.m. Also, hello, Pablo Rasta. How's thing? Look at it as your contribution to fighting climate change. My contribution to fighting climate change is if I need to travel internationally, I take a train, I don't own a car, and I keep the vast majority of the lights off in my apartment at all times, and I turn my computer off at night. That's my contribution to climate change. As for whatever the fuck the building does, I don't know. I'm just a tenant. I don't have any say in what the building does. I will say District 9 is one of my favorite movies of all time, so. The light thing is cheating and you know it? Well, I mean, I prefer dim rooms. I don't know how that's cheating. I just prefer dimly lit rooms because it's easier for me to see. District 9 is just straight up one of the best science fiction movies ever made. I feel like District 9 doesn't get enough credit because that movie's genuinely incredible. It's also got the, "They have alien weaponry" line, which named a really good metal band, Alien Weaponry. Cheating because you don't use light. How's that cheating? I guess I will just reiterate that I don't think that that's cheating, and accusing people of cheating when they're very much not is just kind of weird. Just need to watch movies? I mean, I keep talking about this movie because I rewatched it last week, but Predator is still really fucking good. Now you're just accusing me of shit. I don't like being told what I am and what I'm not and what I was born into, friend. You don't know anything about me aside from an online face. I don't sacrifice anything. I'm a disabled person that can't drive. I'm just better than most people. And I also don't give a shit about capitalism. But, you know. No, because the latest Predator movie actually wasn't called Predators. The latest Predator movie was called Prey and is a Hulu exclusive and is apparently really good. I haven't seen it, though. Yes. Actually, what causes more pollution from lights is light bulbs burning out and being replaced. Yeah, they made a movie called Predators, which wasn't very good. I watched it when it came out. It was fine. It was an action movie. It was fine. But before that, since then, like in the last 3 weeks, they made Prey, which is a really bad name for a movie considering the Prey franchise on PC. So now there's a movie called Prey, which is completely unrelated to the movie's Prey, or the books, or the game's Prey. Your dad loves AVP? AVP's fine. It's a better video game than movie. I've heard it was excellent. I don't have Hulu, so. Whoop. So, it is the 1st of spring and my broker just died of old age. Cool. Well, I need a new broker. Diamond, you have a new job. Also, Diamond, did you know that your dwarf is a professional negotiator? Also, we need to make 3 gloves. Volleylol is putting our old broker into their tomb. F's for the broker. I mean, I don't read comics, so I don't know. But that tends to happen. It's almost like written mediums have more freedom than films. Because they're cheap. What your dwarf is up to? You are crying while playing. You're playing with a bronze puzzle box. You're angry, dwelling upon getting into an argument, but aside from that, you're pretty euphoric and happy about most things. $4,000 plus alcohol? You say that like it's a strange thing. We usually have about 4,000 to 5,000 booze in this fort. They go through it pretty quick. I make about 3,000 to 5,000 a year. That's usually about how much they go through. I never fully understood why people just like keep their alcohol supplies so low. It doesn't really cost you much frame rate. You just need a slightly bigger storage room. Yeah, who cares? Comics isn't a medium that everybody likes to interact with. I don't particularly like reading comics. Right? I don't enjoy having to go out and get comics. I don't like reading comics on my phone. Not a fan of that medium. So for me, it's completely irrelevant if there's a good version of that thing that exists in that medium because it's not a medium that I want to interact with. So who fucking cares, really? The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. They've never shown up at that exact angle before. Interesting. It's a pretty big siege, too. New kind of enemy? No, it's probably just the same faction. They have headscarves, though. That's interesting. We need one of them with armor. Bronze helm. In fact, nope, same people. It's made from cougar eel bone. Still the Confederacy of Sport. You know, I will say this, right, Chups? It's the classic line of the book is better. You know, like, Star Wars fucking sucks. There's a lot of really good books about Star Wars. Because they're cheaper. But Star Wars generally sucks. So it makes perfect sense as to why. But it's also not everybody wants to read the book. Some people want to watch the movie. Right? And I don't like reading comics. But I do like watching movies. So I don't really care if there's themes and stuff that are in the comics that are better. You're probably not wrong. They probably are better. I'm not going to interact with that, though. So we're slamming that gate shut. Goes. Okay, this is actually a pretty decently large siege. Unlike the last one that was like, what, 12 dudes? You know, I'm a big fan of Alien, right? I would say I'm a bigger fan of Alien than I am of Predator. Why those two always get looped together into one, I don't know. It's unfortunate that they do, but I'm a big fan of Alien. In my opinion, Alien is where the series peaked. There's some entertaining moments in Aliens and Alien Resurrection and all those other movies that they made. There's even like good bits in Prometheus. I don't think Prometheus is a good movie. But I think that like the visual design of Prometheus is pretty fucking flawless. Aesthetically. Oh wow, they actually have war dogs and horses? This is new. So I do think that there is some interesting bits. We're gonna have to chop those down after. I do think that there's some interesting bits about the later Alien movies, but largely, Alien peaked with Alien. I could go the rest of my life without ever watching another Alien film ever again and be totally okay. Alien was my favorite Alien, and every other Alien is like, it's like an extra bonus. It's not generally something I'm going to really pay much attention to or watch more than once. Very worried that they're going to climb that tree and into the fort. Interesting, though, that they've actually sent dogs. They're making spicy water swimming a competitive sport for Anna, I think. Well, it's going to take him a little bit. So I guess we're not going to get to trade with the elves this year. You guys can follow these humans for a second. I'm going to go real quick take a piss. Can I get a round of beers for all these humans that are about to burn? Also, I return. And it's still incredible how solid everything's from narration to aesthetic standpoints, even the intro movies, even the intro music. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, the aesthetic of Alien is incredible. It's one of the best sci-fi aesthetics like ever pulled off in cinema, in my opinion. You get to watch a movie that's better than the literary that it was based on. I mean, I would say The Thing is better than the short story it's based on. Also, hey, Darren, hope you're doing well. Wizard of Oz book was crap. I'm sure. But while we're talking about classic films, I just want to say that I know that this is an unpopular opinion, but Terminator 1 is far and away the best Terminator movie. And I'm not going to say change my mind because I think that that's silly, but you can't change my mind because that's my opinion. The first Terminator is the best Terminator. By far. T2's fine. T3's fine. But Terminator 1 is like the S+ tier Terminator, and every other Terminator since then is like, it's fine. Also, this is the first time this faction has brought war dogs and horses, so that's kind of cool. You know, fun fact, growing up, I knew this kid named Clay, and I don't want to out what his last name is, but I knew this kid named Clay, and his great aunt who lived upstairs, when she was 4, she played one of the little people in the beginning of The Wizard of Oz when she was 4 years old. So she played one of the tiny little children at the very beginning of The Wizard of Oz. And because of that, she had a signed poster that was signed by the entire original cast of Wizard of Oz. Which is kind of awesome. And she could like point at herself and be like, yep, that's me. Right there. Yeah. She was very old. Like, very old. I was like, that movie came out in 1939, so she would have been 3 in 1939, which means she would have been born in, what, 1936? But yeah, she was a very old lady. I think she passed away a couple of years ago, but... Alright, so these humans are coming in. They got these dogs. They've got dogs. Kind of sad. We're going to have to kill the dog instead of petting the dog. We might actually have to fight with some of them because the main bulk of the army is too far back. But yeah, Terminator 1 is the best Terminator, in my opinion. Because to me, I think Terminator is, like, the first Terminator is kind of a... Okay, how do we close this the trilogy with the new cinematic technology at hand? No, totally. Yeah, Taylor, that's actually a really good way of putting it. It's like, although, you want to know a thing about Terminator that not many people know? Terminator got a really good video game recently that not that many people played. It's also on sale currently. Terminator Resistance. Apparently this thing's really good. Like, I've heard nothing but good things about this game. It's just like, you know, post Terminator 3, like, apocalypse era Terminator. But apparently it's like a light Fallout style RPG with kind of open zones and shit. Apparently this thing's really good. Supposedly. I've heard literally nothing bad about it. Every person I've met who played is like pretty good. A friend of mine got the platinum on it. Like, apparently that thing's good, which is weird. Ever done 1910? YouTube has it. It's delicious. I'll pass. I will pass. Not really my aesthetic. Oh, wow. Is there no cage in that first one? Oh, there is. Dogs can cage dodge. That dog vaulted over the first trap and landed in the second one. That's interesting. I didn't know that dogs could trap dodge. Smart boy indeed. Really hope that they don't get into where my unicorns are, because those are the only unicorns I have left. The smartest of boys, unfortunately, has to die. Doesn't matter how smart they be. You attack Longdeath, you don't live very long. Also, Darren, I hope you had a good weekend. Hope things are good. No, those they're not tameable, even if we could rescue them. Yeah. Nope. There is no way to tame, untrain, save, or rescue any enemy in Dwarf Fortress currently. One of my biggest complaints about Dwarf Fortress. If something pops on the map as an enemy, the only way to deal with it is by killing it. Yeah, it just kind of is what it is. When people are like, capture this person, it's like, I literally can't do that. Nothing happens. All right. So we need the bulk of them to be in there, and the bulk of them are not in there yet. Be nice if you could sell them all caged. I mean, that starts slave trading, which is kind of weird. So I'm kind of happy that you can't do that. But it would be sort of a solution. Hey, Cyrelac. Hope that you've been well. Also, for those of you who maybe have missed it, who care to know, it's now official. They've announced a panel officially on Kit Fox's Discord, or not on Kit Fox's Discord, on Kit Fox's Twitter, and it will be streamed on the 2nd of September on that Twitch channel. PAX 3. Which means, chat room, you guys have a job. During that panel, so at 4 p.m. till 5 p.m. Pacific time on that Twitch stream on Friday, there's got to be a lot of my emotes in the chat. You guys got to go in there and post my emotes. That's your job. It's a very important job. I entrust you with this responsibility, chat room. All right, looks like more of the humans are making it in. For not working voluntary overtime? Oh yeah, no. I've seen lots of fun things about people refusing to work voluntary overtime, getting threatened and whatnot. Yeah, it's good times. No, but apparently for premium, there's a feature tweak that they've made where if somebody invades you, they have the option to demand an artifact from you, which could end the war, supposedly, or they'll just leave and not fight with you that time. Then I guess like you'd have to have something else that they could demand from you the next time. All right, that's it. We gotta station the military. There's no such thing as voluntary overtime. There's overtime, and then there's overtime they don't force you to do. There's no such thing as voluntary overtime. There's just overtime. There's the main bulk of the human army up there. You got a Google News alert for them saying it's closer than you think. It's probably because somebody posted it on the subreddit and it got like 1,500 upvotes. It got a ridiculously large number of upvotes. Also, speaking of things, we need this to be a Google alert. Because the other panel that they're hosting at PAX is who's the hottest video game character? Because there's two panels that Kit Fox is involved with at PAX. There's a Dwarf Fortress demo and who's the hottest video game character. So it's definitely Gremlin. Please retweet that and signal boost that tweet as much as possible. She started it all? No. Not even close. Besides, it's probably somebody from Final Fantasy VII. Everybody in that world is way too attractive for some reason. I mean, clearly, Pablo, clearly you haven't played Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. Because I have played Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball, and every single one of those characters are more attractive than Lara Croft. I hate to break it to you. Also, they have better jiggle physics. I'm sad to admit that I've played Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball. All right, so that's the last of my cages. So the nearest human is this one. Fatab, who's a human pikeman. Fens Trustis a lot. You know, Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball was a physics test demo. That was the purpose for its existence. It was a demo, like an engine demo essentially, but they made it into a minigame collection. That's also like a series that I'm like, I guess like the Senran Kagura series like straight up just wouldn't exist without Dead or Alive. I mean, that sure, but that's not real-time physics. That was just an animation built with pixels. I think there's a difference between like an animation of tits jiggling versus actual real-time jiggle physics. Yeah, exactly. It wasn't physics. It was like a cutscene, an animation. I'd hesitate to call that a cutscene. It was more of just an animation that would happen. So chat, round of show of hands. Who hasn't seen this yet? My defensive structure here go off. Because if you haven't, it might be a good idea to look up pretty soon. Also, we're splatting humans on the floor. The elite wrestler punches the human pikeman in the upper back teeth with his right hand, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The spearmaster then stabs the pikeman in the head with her spear, tearing the muscle and fracturing the skull. I think that human's dead. Why are you still fighting him after that? The spearmaster stabs the human in the head again, and the injured part is cloven asunder. Oh, now he's dead. As if he wasn't dead already. I'd say it's less core memories that we share and more like, I'm sure most of the members of this Twitch chat would probably do pretty well in a video game themed Jeopardy. To put it pretty simply. Like, I think that we'd all do quite well. Like, if we all had to play, like, if every single one of us were entered separately into different games of Jeopardy and there was a video games section, I'm sure we'd all do quite well. It's kind of a subject that it's not too difficult to know kind of the majority of it. All right. think we'll let them kill these next 3 humans, the soldiers. Because they're pretty much just absolute pushovers. Comes another human. They go out and stab him to death. There is a Chups, there is a DeviantArt account that is dedicated entirely to erotic personified roller coasters doing what fan arts do. So that exists. I don't know if that benefits you at all knowing this, but I think we need to take this dwarf out of the military. It exists. I mean, if you dig for it, I'm sure you can find it. It's not quite the train from Roller Coaster Tycoon, but it's the closest equivalent I have to that. I'm just seeing how dense is the crowd. Not very dense. All right, yeah, we can kill this next one. Then this is the next human up here. We'll hit the squad. So I think we can probably just deactivate the squad after this next recruit gets killed. How's things orange, by the way? Erotic roller coaster? Literally just go Google erotic roller coasters. I'm sure you'll find it. You've grown as a person? Up or down? Because I feel like whenever I talk about this subject, I grow further into the gutter. To the point where like I'm like just becoming the gutter. Forgot how well-dressed Persona characters are. All of the anime franchises are like not fair because everybody's just so ridiculously beautiful. Let's talk about unrealistic expectations. Beating the crap out of that human. Man, Dwarf, you're just playing with your food. What are you doing? Just punching him? Spiridorf Roshan. Spiridorf scratches the human and the severed... Wait, hold on. Scratches the human lasher in the right ear and the severed part sails off in an arc. Literally just like scratches their ear off. Literally like punching him. I guess he like didn't bring his spear, but he's just like punching this human and like ripping his ear off and shit and saying, "Death, I'm uneasy." Wow, that's kind of messed up, man. You ripped that human's ear off. It's this dwarf. Yeah, he doesn't have his any weapons. He's just punching it. Yeah, I don't think I've done that in years. Ireland. Okay, I quite want those humans to be in here, but even if they're not, like, there's more than enough here. So I'm going to deactivate this squad. And then when this human... Right here. Did you just turn around? I mean, that's convenient. Okay, not when that dog. Some of them seem to have turned around. Not that I blame them. All right, there's a human. When this human here reaches that next set of traps down there, we'll pull the levers. You know what, screw it. Let's just pull the levers. We're going to pull this lever and this lever. So those two levers are going to close this drawbridge up here. And this drawbridge right here. Let's give this a moment. Let's see, will you make it in, Human Lasher? Or will you be crushed in the... Oh, nope. Well, we just saved Par's life, this Human Swordsman. And now we just need this one to close. Damn, nobody won? Wow. Your boss managed to show how ignorant he is to how much you work. Maybe you should work less. Lava whoosh. Is Ted back? Doubt it. I can't remember the name of the previous Ted, but that's Ted Rulaxerol. Different Ted, I think. I don't know the last name of Ted. There is a Ted, but I don't think it's the same Ted. Soon you'll be working 0 hours for him? True. Did you, hear back from the job that you applied for? Not that Ted. There was a human named Ted who survived the last siege. Turns out there's very few humans named Ted. Okay, so lever's been pulled, which does this. Maybe Ted Burndy. And that's how we deal with the sieges. It gets really hot in here. This guy over here is really, truly fucked. He's like, but I could have walked back out. Instead, you didn't. You walked forward. Get blasted. So anyway, I started burning. Yeah, the lava flows through the walls, through the different holes in the walls. That got delayed. You don't have your car currently? Oh, no. Wait, you need a car to get a job in a different province? What? How does that work? Well, I mean, I don't think that's how that works. And women in tight clothing. Hold on. I can't believe you're making me look this up. Can't believe that you're making me Google this. Like, there's some things that you can just, like, take somebody's word for and then, like, not actually look it up, but... Also, wow, DeviantArt looks a lot different. Anyway, I found it, but I'm not linking it in my chat, so... It's not what you think it is. It's literally just, like, characters that are... their designs are based on the visual appearance of a roller coaster, and then it's images of them fucking, so you'd probably just think it's hentai. But anyway, I'm just gonna change the subject now because it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, that exists. But I also don't feel like linking it or talking about it at length, so you can go do it on your own time, and I would request that you change the subject, Chubbs. Anyway, siege is over. That's quite the dramaticness. The horses run around kind of like crazy when there's lava coming. Strange. All right. Who are the humans that are not in the death chamber? Well, they're all in the death chamber. The few that aren't were part of the siege that didn't make it into the death chamber, and they can just leave. Like I said, I'm going to ask you to change the subject. Oops. You just need to get better at searching for shitty fan art, which isn't a skill that I recommend developing, by the way. I'm going to remove the restrictions on the movements from my dwarves. Nobody got any crimes. That's good. Frankly, I would say that the AI generators have been providing us with more cursed images than actual benefits so far. Oh yeah, absolutely. Why wouldn't they be? It would be a pretty ineffective, like, murder chamber if I gave them a way out. What's the point of making a death chamber if you let them escape? I would say no, because I don't generally enjoy looking at cursed images. I generally do. Orange. I don't consider that education. More like de-education. Just like most memes, they don't actually provide any benefit. They just annoy people. Like, for the occasional good meme, there's 10,000 terrible ones. Maybe hundreds of thousands of terrible ones. To the point where they're not really worth acknowledging, usually. Oh, that's distressing. The human lasher's right lower leg skids along the ground. Because they tripped and fell. Think any of them brought marshmallows? Maybe not marshmallows, maybe some meat they could roast. If they could quickly slaughter one of their horses, they could roast that. Yep. What's actually unsettling is when the corpse's blood start to boil and they start exploding. You see it a lot more in the other fort that I have because when they get lava dumped on them, it's outdoors, so there's more space for like the blood steam and stuff to come out. You see it a little bit in this fort, but because there's a ceiling to this, you don't see it as much. But if you see like a red burst or a red explosion, that's boiling blood exploding out of the lava. Because like if you throw a living thing into lava, it'll burn and then parts of it will rupture. Dwarf Fortress is just a little bit more dramatic with the rupturing. Nom. So do I keep my hair up or do I put my hair down? Laser guano. Manual. Down? Okay. My hair's a mess. Like, do you mean Emmanuel the emu? You had boiling blood once. A dragon came during a siege with all your people shooting the goblins from the ramparts, and then introduced you to the notion of blood clouds. Did it burn your bridge down? Well, don't click on things if you don't want to pay 1,000 fake things for it. Really, my word of advice. The kind of distressing thing to me about this trap is that I can fill this entire thing up without even, like, draining my reservoir at all. Like, at all. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, but we are our own worst critics, right? I can't possibly know what you're talking about, Orange. Death, it's all around us. This is truly horrifying, says Human Spearman. Who is definitely dead. Anyway. Humans are all done being torched at that end. I swear it was funny, Orange. Unless you know that you can catch dragons in a wooden cage trap and simply set up a lot of cage traps before the dragon shows up. Which is what I do, generally, is I generally just have, you know, I've an even distribution of cage traps around. So that if a dragon shows up, we just catch it. And then we're like, hey, we have a pet dragon now. What the fuck do I do with the dragon? I'm going to open that up. Really? I've never even seen a cave dragon in Dwarf Fortress. I've got 10,000 something hours in this game, and I've never seen a cave dragon. Not once. I don't know. I never finished watching Game of Thrones, and I never read the books. But yeah, I would screenshot that and share that somewhere, because those are, like, practically a cryptid. Like, you're more likely to see Bigfoot than you are a cave dragon. Yeah, do that, Taylor. Just paid for a Goblin Siege service. You didn't expect a free upgrade to a Dragon Trouble Premium. Dragon Trouble Premium. Paid for Goblin Siege service. That's a... Now I just want to be able to bribe a dragon to show up and fight with baddies. And take all their stuff. You got passed by a license plate that said cryptid right as I said that word. Why are you driving and typing in Twitch chat? That is so many layers of not safe, dude. Oh. My mayor got punched by wait what? Okay. Well, we have to wait for this dwarf's time, I guess, in the hospital to finish before they report the crime. I'm getting punched by another dwarf. Why is Fiditech, the baby, just like alone? Where's your parents? You can't walk yet. Where's your mom? Your mom's sleeping. So baby AI in Dwarf Fortress is literally baby crawl around at absolute random with absolutely no logic to it until they see. Oh wait, never mind. Your mom got beaten. I'm assuming by. Wait, what? Yeah, looks like it. So wait, what beat your mom up? Looks like, is anybody, okay, recover wounded. Well, this is good. Stone's going to go recover your mumsy and put her into the hospital. It's okay, they'll dump buckets of water on your head, generally. The dwarves they don't completely disrespect infants now. They won't pick you up. Only your mom will pick you up. But they will dump buckets of water on your head and give you food. So they'll keep you from starving to death. See if Stone makes it. There you go. We've acquired the very wounded dwarf. Although they are taking their sweet-ass time to tend to her wounds. Or rather, to report the crimes. Yeah, a Snatcher will pick you up, but then they won't bring you back. I generally just kind of ignore them, aside from the fact that there's a baby crawling around and mom's beaten up. I feel like I do a really bad job presenting the narratives, but thank you. Like, I do kind of the bare minimum. It's easier in louder, more active forts, I'll say that. All right, well, looks like your mom is on the operating table. I don't know if baby being left alone because mom got the shit kicked out of her is funny or absurd, but it's certainly sad. Needs lower spine surgery, stitches, and setting and dressing. Her ribs need stitches, setting, and dressing, and her knee needs dressing. Quick, grab the Cool Ranch. You've chosen your words poorly. Sure. I think just like the surprising events usually does it. All right, so we got report crime and conduct a meeting on mass cancel, which is great. So the mayor, I guess, has been given crutches. Question is who's attending the meeting? Meeting. Nobody. Well, that's interesting. I mean, that's a very funny bone you got there. Sachimal, hello. It's good to see you. Good day. Although, to be fair, it's kind of hard for me to be excited about random events in this fort in particular, just because I've streamed this fort like 230 times or so. Ugh. I've played this fort so much that, like, I just kind of see things happening, and I sometimes forget to verbalize it. I ate a meal. I'm content. I should do that soon, bookkeeper. I do wonder who's trying to attend that meeting. Gotta be somebody who's in a separate job currently. It is going to take a while to get all this stuff put away. The point where I think I'm actually just going to get rid of these two big stockpiles down here. Because I don't need as many stockpiles. Storing items in hospitals. They're bringing more cloth and stuff to the hospital. There we go. Now we got the disorderly conducts. One witness, one witness, one witness, one witness, one witness. Bunch of counts of disorderly conduct have been pointed against Wait What. And 85 days in prison and a beating is Wait What's punishment. So first they get a beating. That's the beating. Then they get picked up and dumped in the hospital. And then immediately picked up and not given the time to heal, I don't think. Actually, never mind. Captain of the Guard is actually doing the doctoring stuff. Cleaning the patient, bringing him water. Gonna probably give him stitches or whatever they need. And then drag him off to the prison cell and leave him there. Feels gratitude after being rescued. Imagine, okay, so imagine Captain of the Guard shows up with a rock, beats the ever-living shit out of you, and then goes, all right, buddy, we're going to the hospital, picks you up on his shoulders, carries you to the hospital, throws you into the hospital bed, dresses your wounds, cleans you up, and throws you in prison and ties you up. Would at any point during that, would you be grateful for being rescued after receiving an injury? Because this dwarf, currently grateful for being rescued. Anyway, Captain of the Guard's coming back with a bucket. Reminds you of your mom? That's harsh. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Rule to be kind, tough love. I don't think there's such a thing. There's abuse and non-abuse. One's abuse, the other isn't. You're exaggerating a little. I kind of figured, but, you know, he wasn't a doctor. Oh, no. Better than being left to bleed out, I guess? Debatably, I guess. Did he get hit in the back of the head? He definitely got pummeled into the ground and knocked over and had a person stand over top of him, beating him repeatedly. I mean, this is the number of times the Woodcraft or the Captain of the Guard got punched. Let's see, where does it start? Captain of the Guard punches him in the foot. Captain of the Guard punches him in the leg. Captain of the Guard punches him in the eye. Captain of the Guard punches him in the arm. Captain of the Guard punches him in the lower body. Captain of the Guard punches him in the upper arm. Captain of the Guard punches him in the upper leg. Captain of the Guard punches the Woodcrafter in the upper leg with his right hand, bruising the muscle. Punched him again in the left foot. Okay, so punched him and also twisted his ankle. So punched him in basically every single, both arms, chest, eye, foot, two hands. Punched him all over, just went and then carried him off to have his wounds dressed. So I would say it's pretty fair to assume that Wait What saw it coming and knows who beat him up. It is pretty safe to assume that. but still is getting 85 days in prison, so. Who's dealing with wounded? Dress wound, okay. Stone is dressing the wound. I don't understand that reference, actually. Do not know that reference. Probably for the best. You know what's a game that I've found myself very much looking forward to? That if you asked me like 2 years ago, would I be into this? I probably would have been like, nah. I'm like weirdly interested and excited for the Callisto Protocol. Like strangely excited, like uncharacteristically excited. I can't remember the last time I was actually interested in like a high budget AAA game. I guess is it fair to call it AAA? A book traumatized you and you only saw a bit of the film in passing? I mean, it doesn't have a nice name, so sounds traumatizing. I'd be willing to bet lava's probably done burning. Oh, nope, there's still one human alive. You poor bastard. Jump in the lava already, it'll speed things up. Oh, it's a Stephen King short story? Or Stephen King book, that makes a lot of sense. Never been a huge Stephen King fan, or rather I've never really gone out of my way to find his stuff, but basically all of it. Come on, just go get caught up in the fire. It's fine. It'll be over quick enough. Fortunately, there you go. Burning in Dwarf Fortress doesn't actually cause pain. So they don't actually know that they're on fire, and it doesn't hurt them. Which is kind of funny. It's a true fact. Setting yourself on fire in Dwarf Fortress doesn't cause any pain. And that's our drain. Drains out the side. And there we go. Captain of the Guard is chaining up, wait, what? Who's gonna hate their time in prison? A magma furnace? How? Magma furnaces are super safe. Unless you're like causing the lava from below to bubble up and over, or if there's magma crabs or firemen underneath. Same thing. Magma smelters are extremely safe. Like this? Like you can't fall into those open floors unless you're dodging above them, right? So like if you had the openings done without putting the forges down? But unless there's like active fighting happening in that room, no one's gonna fall in there. I mean, like, I guess if a dwarf tantrums and tries to attack somebody and they dodge out of the way, like, that would do it, but... Oh, magma crab? Okay. You should have made a reservoir for it, and you wouldn't have had this problem. Move the lava somewhere else where magma crabs can't get. That's what I do. Like, that particular forge is completely sectioned off, and the lava's pumped into it, so there's no way the crabs could get in there in the first place. Much safer. Built too many in a row and overheated. Now, are you saying that because it's your headcanon, or are you asking if that's an actual mechanic? Because I can tell you for a fact that's not how the game works. Like, dwarves are not affected by temperature at all. Unless it's... unless you adjust the game's temperatures so that they're unnaturally hot and things are hot enough that they spontaneously combust. But then the dwarves will just die upon embark. Yeah, their skin can catch fire if it's hot enough, but the game will not get hot. Like, so I could let my dwarves walk through this room once the lava dries up enough that there's space for them to walk there, and they'd be fine. Like, I could have my dwarves walking along here, and their skin won't catch fire unless they dodge into the lava. So unless they intentionally step into the lava, they're not going to catch fire. Dwarves are not affected enough by temperature, and air temperature around lava is not affected enough to catch dwarves on fire unless you've done an advanced world gen and made your world unnaturally hot. Unless they're swimming in water that freezes. Well, that's like swimming in lava. That'll make you too hot. Swimming in frozen water will freeze you. Duh. I'm not sure why that's even a statement. Was a hot biome? They probably dodged into the lava. Like, something must have startled them. But like you said, I mean, you already answered the question. But I can tell you for a fact that that is not what happened. It doesn't matter how hot the biome is. Unless you've literally tweaked the in-game settings to make the surface of the Earth hotter via advanced world gen, it is not possible that your dwarf could have just spontaneously combusted without touching the lava. Nope. You cannot. I can tell you for a fact that you can't. Lots of people misremember facts about Dwarf Fortress all the time. It's just like people still seem to insist that thermonuclear cat explosions were a bug in the game. No, it was one person who modded cats so that their blood was hotter than lava. And then started a fort with 100 of them. Well, it's just like another very silly mod is a while ago somebody in this chat modded lava to be a drinkable liquid just to see what would happen. And didn't embark on a volcano and all of his dwarves went and caught fire. So the dwarves like went and filled up mugs and goblets with lava and served it to each other, and then they all exploded. Are hard to manage dwarves? I tend to agree, but I'm more on Tarn's side now that I've talked to him about it, because I asked him about his takes on the stress setting. It's like they're prepping for advanced sieges and crimes, and it's like, because this version of the game that I'm playing in is 2 versions behind back when stress was harder to manage, and it's like, when stress was harder to manage, if they implement the features that they want for parts of villains and better sieges, it'll be too much for the dwarves. So it kind of makes sense. Although the thing that I'm super excited about, and this is pure speculation, I do not know this for fact, but the thing that I'm very excited about, very, 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 very excited about, is Tarn has said that godlike metals are going to make an appearance. I'm sorry, what? Oh no, did Red Octo bear a tantrum? Where is Red Octo bear? Oh, I can't see that you're tantruming because you're on a chair. Anyway, the thing that I'm very excited about is Tarn has stated that godlike metals are going to make a bigger appearance in premium and the next version. So the next free version and premium. And yeah, okay. The main assumption that I have is because another thing he said is that elves are going to be an actual threat. And you're not going to want to, like, fight with elves necessarily. Unless you kind of need to. But because he's also stated that godlike materials are going to make a threat, and the only faction in the game that can have them by default are elves, it would be logical to assume... What do you want to do? Just make you into a tavern keeper. Stay in the tavern. Go serve brew. It would be fair and easy to assume that elves are going to wield better weapons. You've only lost a dwarf to lava when you had one channeling out a floor section, and you channeled out a section near a magma pool and then decided that to channel out the section between the pool and already channeled section, and then I watched the dwarf jump into the channel and dig out the separating tile from him in the magma pool and then disappear in a puff of smoke and steam, leaving it just a pick. Yep. Well, I mean, right now, fighting with the elves is like taking candy from a baby. It's like fighting against a foe whose only weapon is a waffle bat. It's like, why would you even bother? They're so boring to fight. They don't really do much, and the interesting things that you can do with them involve trading with them and not fighting with them. So to me, it makes no logical sense why you would fight with the elves currently. Like, genuinely, like that's my take. It's like, there's no reason to fight with the elves because they're a boring adversary. More like players are really good at giving dwarves orders that also kill them. Perilous. That's what I would say. Dwarves don't love things that get them killed. Players are bad at Dwarf Fortress and get their dwarves killed. Cave Dragon in Discord? I mean, I'm sure it looks like a D, but... yeah, that's cool. The neat thing about Cave Dragons is that they can fly. That thing. Look at that. It's a D, that's not green. Cave Durg. It's cool. That's exciting. That's really cool. In order of operation, they seem to actively swing off the branch. They seem to work actively sawing off the branch that you're standing on. They go in order of operations of what is closest and do not care for their own safety because they do not recognize danger. It's up to the player to use prioritization to prioritize certain tasks and get certain things done and other things not done. So if you want to dig up something or channel something safely, you have to set the priority down in the bottom right so that they do it safely. If you don't do it safely, that's just because you fucked up. And this dwarf's trying to attend a meeting. Well, Such a bloody shame. But yeah, there's a lot of things that I see people saying. It's like, oh, dwarves love doing this thing, or they love doing this thing. And it's like, no, the players love doing that thing. It's just like when people say, oh, dwarves love fighting with elves. It's like, well, lots of dwarves really like people who have different culture and appearance, and some of them quite respect the outdoors. So maybe some of them like fighting with elves, but very few of them really actually like fighting. They can become used to fighting, but very few of them actually like to fight. Some of them are sometimes cruel, and sometimes, maybe they're an angry individual that wants to go to war constantly, but... Rolf, what's up? It's good to see you. Hello. How are you? Debating if I should go get lunch. Chat, should I go get lunch? I'm kind of hungry. What do you think? Get some food? Go eat? All right, chat. I'm gonna leave you guys with... No, I'm gonna get me a sandwich. You could get a sandwich if you want. I'm not gonna leave you with a sandwich. Okay, just to clarify. I'm gonna go get me some lunch. I will be back in a couple of minutes. I will give you guys this here Dwarf to follow. Merc, who's forging an iron wheelbarrow currently. You played some ADHD? I literally read that as ADHD, not a D&D. You played a D&D where first you talked with a copper dragon, and it ended in a cloud, giant's castle. Are you sure that the dragon didn't turn you into a cloud? That sounds fun. You just had the dwarves in the militia run from a battle. I think I took them out of the military and put them in light duties. I mean, someone has to. Anyway, like I said, chat, I'm going to go get me some food. When I come back, we're going to play some more of this. We'll probably do another 2 or 3 hours of Dwarfs before we swap games. I don't know what I'll play this evening. I haven't really thought about it too much. But I'm going to be Arbino. And just want to say, if anybody wants to be my favorite person of the day, get number 1 on that leaderboard. Only costs you 3 pennies to take that spot. Streamers got to pay bills. I will be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere too fast unless you really want to. Also, Darren, big thank you for the $2. I return. I wasn't gone too long. Sandwich has been consumed. I had avocado, cheese, and a tiny little bit of pork. One day sandwich. A little bit of butter and some lettuce. And then I also ate a bunch of homegrown cherry tomatoes. Pretty good. Pretty goddamn good. What was the putting away? Wow, everything looks so organized. I could actually, like, remove 2 of these stockpiles, most likely. At least for a time. Considering they're supposed to put all crafts in there, I wonder. Nope, large pots are still in there. I guess pots are technically not finished goods. I wonder. Are they considered furniture? Statues, slabs, coffins. I mean, I should also just store wheelbarrows there. Barrels. Excuse me. Boxes and bags. Other large tools, maybe? Yeah, I think they count as other large tools. Also, chat room, y'all missed investing. Because Rolf beat you to it. Nobody else did. But yeah, I don't know what we're going to stream this evening. That's something I don't really know. I haven't decided yet. Something I need to figure out. What the plan is for the evening. All I know is that there's big announcement for Dwarf Fortress tomorrow. Which means if stream tomorrow starts late, it's because I'm editing whatever that big announcement is into a video. You didn't miss it, you're broke. True, maybe you shouldn't all in every time. That would be a pretty good starting direction to head. Yeah. I mean, who knows what it is? Go big or go home. Well, I guess you're at home. Hope you have a sofa. Or something. You know, like, the one thing that I'm really rattling around in my brain is, are they going to announce a release date tomorrow? Because that would be really big news. Last time they patched the uploaded files on Steam was the 29th of August, so 2 days ago. And it's still listed, according to the Store API, to come out in 5 months. But Store API means nothing. Might as well wait until PAX. No, you'd want to announce that before PAX. PAX is a 1 hour live gameplay preview. So I would say that's not really... Also, PAX is not exactly... PAX isn't... It's not E3. It's not opening night live at Gamescom. It's, like, realistically, like, 50 to 100 people watch those panels in the live streams, and maybe 300 people will be in the auditorium. Like, that's not a huge event, really. PAX is a community event more so than a place to announce things. People don't really announce release dates at PAX. You announce your release date, and then you show up at PAX with the release date. Like, I'm sure people have done it, but it's not really a very good place to make those kinds of announcements, I guess. Let's store other bins, boxes and bags, and barrels in this one. It's a lot of wheelbarrows I got. You suck at marketing? Most people do. It's the reason it's a, how do I word this? There's a reason it's a full-time job. I'll say. There is definitely a reason it's a full-time job. You've got 75 hours in it, and the new update is fun. You know, Songs of Six is one of those games where it's like, it's a lot to remember. It's the only way to really describe it. It's like, man, that's a lot to remember. And so I'll be honest, there's part of the reason I take a pretty long breaks in between that game, playing that game, is because it's like, man, that game's a lot. Not in a bad way. Like, it's a lot in a good way, but it's still a lot, if that makes any sense. So I find myself bouncing off of it when I intend to play it and then just not. Kind of for the same reason that, like, I don't stream Odd Realm that much, is because it's like I have to relearn the game every time I play it. Well, that's part of what it is with Songs of Six. That night, I know I'm going to be busy with Dwarf Fortress stuff. I just don't know how busy, so I don't really want to start a new playthrough of a game like that until, like, I know that I'm going to have some downtime for a bit. But I don't know when I'm going to get busy with Dwarf Fort stuff, right? Like, I don't know when Premium is going to be ready and when they're going to suddenly send me a key, and then I'll be like, well, I have to spend a week, like, editing. Assuming I get that much time. So I don't know. I don't really want to start a playthrough of a big game like that until I have, like, a reason to. But if you're asking for tonight, no. I mean, like, if tomorrow they announce a release date, I might even have to just, like, take not the rest of the week off necessarily, but, like, I will be doing nothing but Dwarf Fort potentially for the next week. Because, like, I need to capitalize on that, right? And that is something that I'm very much focusing on. That and, like, Songs of Six is one of those weird games where, like, it's a great game. There really isn't anybody looking for streams of it on Twitch. And, you know, like, even today, right? We got a pretty big raid at the start of the stream, but actually a very big raid from Kiri. There's, like, 50 people watching. Like, the entire audience has left. And if I play a game that less people know, that only gets harder. I have a hard enough time retaining viewers as is for some reason. People just don't like watching me that much, unfortunately. I really kind of have to fight to maintain an audience. It's kind of frustrating, to be honest with you. It's a good game. It's really, 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 really good, Aqua. Like, really good. All right, let's bring some things to trade. Do I believe that there is a release date tomorrow? If I were to bet, how much am I betting? Well, then I wouldn't bet because I'm not a betting person.
You asked if I were to place a bet, I wouldn't bet, because I don't bet money on things. More than $5, I wouldn't do that. It's only got mostly positive reviews. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of probably gonna wait until Christmas sale for F1 Manager. I feel like F1 Manager is a no-brainer at $20 for me. But currently, like, it's $62.99 in Canadian money, and they didn't send me a key even though I applied for it in 4 different places, and I didn't qualify for the sponsorships, so I'm, because I don't have enough audience, unfortunately. Hey, Onyx, what up? How thing? How are his thing? But to actually answer your question, Pablo, I would be kind of surprised, just because I know that there's unannounced things to do with music that they haven't announced yet, and it would make logical sense to announce music related things, soundtrack related things, for PAX. So I would be rather surprised if they announce a release date tomorrow. They might, you never know, but I would be rather surprised. I'm just gonna go through and try and spot artifacts. Rip those out. There's a cauldron in there. Large iron cauldron. Completely useless in fortress mode. So if you're still hungry enough to cook. I mean, I cook frequently when I'm not hungry, but I eat when I'm hungry. So are you hungry enough to eat, or are you hungry enough to cook? So if you're, like, why would you necessarily need to cook when you're hungry? Cook when you need food. Or when you have time. If you wait until you're hungry to cook, then you're always going to want to rush your cooking. I mean, sometimes I will start cooking dinner for the next day, the day before. It's called marinating something, or, you know, like starting food prep days in advance. And I'm never hungry when I do that. But I kind of cook as a hobby, so. So yeah, I'm expecting the announcement tomorrow to be related to music. I do not have anything that says stated there will be a release date announced tomorrow, so I would be surprised if there's a release date. I think it's less likely. But, you know, I also don't know how far along the game is because I haven't seen it outside of what you guys have seen. So, I don't know. I do know that one thing that you guys all probably already know as well. Which is the premium version for Fortress mode is playable because Zach said that he played a Fortress from end to end in that one blog post. Started a Fortress and finished a Fortress. Became the mountain home, got the king, dug too deep, did everything that you do in Dwarf Fortress without any crashes. Or major slowdowns, which leads me to believe that, like, they're feature complete pretty much, so I guess it just depends on how many bugs they have left. Or how much art they still have left, I guess, to go. Because they were doing that final pass redo of everything. You know, I've never managed to successfully make Ami rice. I'm not very delicate with my cooking. And that kind of requires a very steady, delicate hand, which is not something that I have. Even their fried rice looks so good. Yeah, I'm bad at plating. That's a good way of putting it, actually. I'm really bad at plating. Constructing more iron bins. All the way up into early summer.
Maybe you need to think more about your plating, you know. Do some contemplating.
I am very frequently contemplating my lack of ability to do competent plating. Chat, can I get a round of beers for Armor? Cheering $1 in my chat. Very kind of you. Cheers, man. Third dollar of the stream. That's not totally true. $3.02 I've made in bits today. Cheers, mate. $3.02. There, it's close enough. You got the right numbers. You just forgot a point and a zero. There. But how you been, Armor? You surviving? Getting by? Hanging in there? Diamond is giving. Who are you giving water to? Oh, probably the person in prison. But also going insane. Yeah, I feel that. I feel that slightly. Pink Fluffy Llama with the 18-month resub. The second or the third resub of the day? That is the third resub of the day. Thank you very much for the third resub of the day. Cheers, Pink. Clink. I do still have coffee in this. Not dry yet. And stash it in the freezer just because working in a commercial kitchen, the last thing you wanted to do when you got home was cook. You know, it's actually kind of funny. Like, I've talked about how much I love cooking before, and I've had people ask, it's like, would you ever take up a job in a kitchen? It's like, well, number one, I worked in fast food for 8 years, so fuck no. But two, I like cooking. I don't want to cook for a living. You know, and I can it's, you know, it's sort of like when people ask me, hey, Greg, you want to play some video games when you're done streaming? And my response is, absolutely not. You want to go on a hike? And they go, no. And then I'm like, well, okay. It's like on my days off, when I'm not like working, the last thing I do is play video games. At most 1 cup of coffee a day today. That seems healthy. You should do that. Drink maybe a cup of coffee a day. I was talking with my neighbor about the difference and distinction between addictions and habits. It's like habits are addictions that we appreciate and don't consider to be a negative trait. Habits are just positive addictions. He's like, well, my habit is I drink coffee every day, but my addiction is I smoke cigarettes. And I'm like, well, no. You have the addiction to caffeine, so you drink coffee every day, and you also smoke cigarettes. If anybody else has a resub they need to pop or 100 bits, you can make that into a little hype train. I don't know if it would go anywhere, but you could. Streamer likes trains because it helps pay his bills. Today's been mostly like a spring cleaning day for the fortress. Lots and lots of putting stuff away. But we have also killed 2 sieges. One of them was tiny, though. But the second one was kind of exciting because, like, the concept of the humans coming after us with, like, armies with horses and dogs is kind of cool.
This is Sparta!
9.
Yes. Thanks for the $3, Darren. And the $1, Pink Fluffy Llama. Also, chat room, just note this. September's happening next month, so Twitch is going to have some sales. They've announced what the sales are, and they're all real crap. It's basically if you've never subbed to a channel before, you can get 6 months at a pretty hefty discount if you subscribe for 6 months in advance. But realistically, I would say it's a very crappy discount, largely. Red Octo Bear. Okay, so I had 2 dwarves tantrum. Is anybody reporting crime? Or I had a dwarf tantrum, rather. Haven't seen anything about that just yet. Is anybody rescuing the dwarf? But yeah, in the last 3 days of September, there will be a discount on gifting subs. So just keep that in mind. Every single streamer is going to do a subathon in the last weekend of September. Or the last, it's like the last 3 days, 4 days of September. Yeah, it's like the September 27th to the 30th. Yeah. So, Bit of Tech, thanks for the $5. Armor, thanks for the $1. Cheers. You hope your debit card doesn't get locked? Well, don't throw away the key.
I hope my debit card doesn't get locked.
And don't buy them 100 bits at a time. But chat, can I get a big round of beers for all the bits? Fortunately, it's not a bit flavored beer, because that might not taste the least bit decent. Ah! I made it funny. Or I attempted to. I don't know how well it worked, but... Are you still vomiting, Dwarf? This Dwarf's getting a crutch brought to them? Or no, it's just being stored in the hospital.
A bit flavored beer might taste awful bitter. Ha 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 ha.
It would be bitter than the alternative, though. So many fucking code tests being absolute assholes. I don't know what a code test is, or how it could act like an asshole. But I'm sorry. That sounds awful. It's where you write code to verify functionality of other code? Sure. I don't know anything about programming. That sounds like a thing that you could do, theoretically. Instead, you're going to bed earlier than the last 3 days? So are you going to bed then? I mean, my plan for tonight is to go to bed early because big news for tomorrow. So I want to be awake at like 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Good night. You have a good night, Onyx. I'm probably going to end stream at like 9 today and then just go to bed immediately and get up at like 6 in the morning. He says that as he's setting his alarm for 6 in the morning because this seems like a smart decision. Which means I have to wake up in 14 hours. It's already 3 p.m. Thanks for your 3 cents. The big news? I don't know if it's big news, but it's apparently 35 seconds left on the train. If it levels up to the next level, then the 5-minute countdown will extend. Otherwise, it won't. Big news. Yes, big news tomorrow is the confirmation I've been given. Yes, big news tomorrow. As far as big news, I don't know about that. It's certainly not limited. That's one thing I can tell you. Thank you very much for the hype train chat room. Even if it didn't level up. It means a lot all the same. $12 in bits. And 1 sub. Thanks for $12, chat. I'm sorry, Armor. So for reference, me and Armor87 both listen to the same podcast. There's a podcast called The Completely Unnecessary Podcast. We both listen to it, and we're just like literally referencing this podcast back and forth at each other. So, yeah. What, referencing podcast back and forth at you? I mean, I don't know why you'd want to, but... It is a pretty good podcast, though. I mean, I have been listening to it for since 2013, like almost 10 years. I was gonna say not that long, only since 2013, and then I was like, wait a second. Almost a decade I've been listening to that podcast once every other week, and then once a week. Once they started updating more frequently. Speaking of podcasts, if you like the sound of my voice and you want to hear me on a weekly podcast, I have a podcast. Fun fact. Me and my team does, specifically. Got 32 episodes now. Pretty good time. You enjoyed the last beer cast? We had to do some, it is on all podcast platforms, yeah. We had to do some last-minute emergency edits on that episode because Arch edited that episode, and he was editing it in a piece of software he's not used to using. And so he sent me the file because he was having some troubles with it. And I don't know what the hell he did to it, but I had to go through and re-edit a third of it. The levels were all off. And I need to introduce him to this lovely piece of software called Levelator, which just does all your levels for you. But the levels were super far off, and also the music intro was messed up, so I had to redo the whole intro and everything. In my mind, you're just building an acrylic hamster. Because I for whatever reason, I just read the acrylic hamster I'm building. I missed the acrylic for the hamster run I'm building bit. So I just read that as the acrylic hamster I'm building. So in my head, you're building an acrylic hamster. Mark, hello. Is that a cat arrive emote? Yeah, I was correct. It is in fact a cat arriving. Chat, since Mark's here, could we get some could we get some dancing debugs in response to that cat arriving? Because that's a cat just ready to kill your frame rate being stuck behind a door. If you subscribe to my podcast, I'm flattered. It's usually got me on most episodes. I've been on almost every episode because I generally host it. So, but it's me with a rotating cast of my friends, basically. Oh, hi, Mark. I mean, we do have a Tommy here. That honestly is one of the dumbest emotes I have and I've ever made. Just because it is Tommy Wiseau, but it's Tommy Wiseau as Padme in deep faked onto Padme in Star Wars. That's what that image is. Because this exists. I go to YouTube. I can't show it on YouTube for obvious reasons. But, yeah, this thing. There you go. YouTube made the bell look different. The fuck? What do you call a frozen camel? A frozen camel, I would guess. I'm assuming there's a punchline here, which I don't know. So what do you in fact call a frozen camel? Lost? I get it. All right, did they? Yes, we did get a disorderly conduct charge against Red Octobear. It's gonna get, God damn it, stop giving him beatings. That's useless. Just like 2 weeks in prison. Come on. Oh, this is a joke that I've been looking for, which is, why was the UN concerned when the waiter dropped the Thanksgiving dinner? Since we're all just telling terrible jokes now. It's because it meant the fall of Turkey, the ruin of Greece, and the breakup of China. Which for some reason is just way too amusing to me. That's what happens when you drop Thanksgiving dinner. Ooh, that was a pretty brutal beating you just got there, Dwarf. Afraid after experiencing trauma. But the other way to tell that joke that I think I like more is the, how do you cause the downfall of Greece, the breakup of China, the collapse of Turkey, and the demolition of Brussels without leaving your dining room, and it's drop the turkey dinner. What's the difference between a sharply dressed man on a bicycle and a poorly dressed man on a U-cycle? Attire. That, fair enough. Yeah, attire is... That one almost works better in text format. God, that dwarf. Red Octobear. Such a shame that... Oh, what? Oh, wait, what's still in prison and absolutely pissed. Oh, no, the humiliation! But he's getting unchained now. Now we get to deal with this dwarf, too. When did we say that we were telling bad jokes? I said that we're telling dad jokes. She fell off the bottom rung. I've heard that one before. Like, you didn't say where in the 20-foot ladder she fell. Well, here's a riddle, chat. There's a man, okay? And every single day, and he lives on the 20th floor of a 20-story building, right? Every single day, he walks into the elevator, presses the button for the first floor, goes down to the bottom floor, and then he walks out the front door, catches his bus, and goes to work. Every day he comes back home from the bus, walks over to the elevator, pushes the button for the 10th floor, goes up to the 10th floor, and then walks the other 10 flights of stairs. Why does he do that? Gotta get his steps in. So people always assume it's exercise. My response to it was literally just gonna be because his name is Urist. He's a dwarf. But yeah, that's the actual answer. Pink's got it. Can only reach up to the 10th button. A man can jump? Good luck. Not everybody can. All right, let's just get rid of that because I think we've made enough. Some people didn't invest in that skill. Also, like, people with dwarfism generally don't have a huge amount of control over their legs. I don't know, I'm not much of a random jokes person. I'm much more of a wordplay person. Like, written jokes aren't something I've ever really been heavily into. I just like twisting other people's words into weird rhymes and rolls and like into weird rhymes and wordplay. That to me is fun and entertaining. But outside of that, yeah. Also, can I just say that FedEx is a terrible company. Like, a horrible company. Like, a really, really, really bad company. To the point where, like, I wonder how the hell they're still in business. They're so bad at actually delivering packages to someone's door. Long story short, I received a slip on my door yesterday that said, "We need your entrance information to the building." It's like, so you're telling me you were able to get into my building and walk all the way to my door, and you insist that you need instructions on how to get into my building. Yet I was home, and they could have literally just knocked on the door. I'm just not thrilled. And I just received another email from them saying, I just received another email with them that I'm trying to follow up on. This is like, yeah, we just failed to deliver it again. It's like, did you still not make it into my building, air quotes? Sure seems you didn't. Trying to get into that FedEx account to be like, yo, what the fuck? Reroute it somewhere, please. Well, been redirected now. Hopefully it actually ends up at that pickup location that I wanted at. Another count of disorderly conduct against wait what? And who is surprised? Not me, not this guy. Praise Onal, beat criminal. He had not knocked. You know, I'm starting to feel like they just don't bring the packages with themselves and just deliver delivery slips. Like, I can't prove that, but it really feels that way. It really feels like they don't actually bring the packages. They just bring the delivery slips, and then because it's got to be cheaper for them to just, like, do a quick round where they just fail to deliver everything and then leave it at the platform or like in front of your house, the slip, and then you come get it from them because it's cheaper. No, I mean, it generally, like, I blame it on their quotas before I'd blame it on the employees. We got Red Octobear tantruming again, which sucks because this dwarf's actually really strong. I think I should just expel this dwarf because this dwarf's going to surprise kill like 5 people at some point. Imagine, this dwarf's just like tantruming in the hospital. Could just like turn around and kill anybody at any moment. Fortunately, he hasn't done that yet, but... Another count of disorderly conduct against Red Octobear, 2 counts. What's that sudden explosion of blood? Oh, that's a dwarf tantruming and beating somebody. But he's going to prison now, so we'll see how this goes. Fortunately, I don't see anybody dead. What's up, Remlusion? How's things? You leading a diagnostics demonstration? I just made a wounded dwarf. Now, here's the diagnostics of how you accurately point at their wounds. Now that we have an example. Captain the guard is storing an item in a bin. All right, now go chain up Red Octobear. But yeah, that was a dwarf beating up another dwarf. Fortunately, nobody died, I don't think. Well, actually, somebody might have died. No, nobody died. What are you trying to choose between? You have a library of games and nothing to play? I know that feeling regularly. And I have that feeling regularly. Regularly. Yeah, it's not a fun feeling. What year are we on, Seth Ottos? Year 419, late summer. Stresses you out. Which part of it stresses you out? The having nothing to play part, or 2022 is accurate. Sathatos is one of the only people who's made a fortress that's older than this one that I know of, so it's a fair questions coming from Sathatos. Humiliated after being confined. Well, that blows. What year is it? I haven't heard anybody say that since a man in a wizard hat wearing tinfoil all over his face ran into my old McDonald's when I worked there still. On New Year's Eve screaming, "What year is it?" Goddamn time travelers. I got a wild boar piglet. Huh. Sounds amazing. It was New Year's Eve on the night shift. And it was maybe 1 o'clock in the morning. And then this guy comes bursting in to the store with like a wizard's staff, a cape, and he was covered from head to toe in tinfoil, and he had a tinfoil wizard's hat on. And he just screamed, "What year is it?" really loudly. And my coworker turned around and said 2013, because that's the year it was, and he just screams, "Fuck, I'm too early," and then he ran out the door. And then about 30 minutes later, we saw him and another guy slow running like like that scene in Chariots of Fire when they're really, really slowly running down the beach in slow-mo. It's like that, except down the middle of the Fraser Highway with a giant model airplane. Sounds like a fun way to spend New Year's. I'm sure. I mean, running around to 24-hour businesses and screaming "what year is it" really loudly, and then slow running up the middle of a dead highway. Yeah. Great way to spend New Year's indeed. Making more cloth. Also, Sethados, tomorrow, big exciting announcement for Dwarf Fortress related things. Apparently. Supposedly. So I'm assuming Stone went to bed. You've heard some rumblings? Yeah, Clino reached out to me last week and said, hey, next week on Wednesday, you're going to want to pay a lot of attention to Bay 12's website. I was like, all right. And then today I get another DM from somebody else at KitFox saying, yep, big announcement tomorrow. Hamster drinking alcohol update? You damn right. I mean, hamster men should be able to outdrink a dwarf. Hamster people should be the only people in the entirety of Dwarf Fortress that can outdrink a dwarf. And giant hamsters should like literally just show up, and giant hamsters should do what gnomes do, where they just drink all of your alcohol. They should do that. They just walk into your tavern and just start chugging. They just start chugging. And autumn has come. Means the humans have brought their annual tributes. This was the time of year that we got invaded last year, so we'll see how this goes. But yeah, I don't know. My assumption is it's going to be a music-related things, and they're not going to announce a release date. But KitFox saying that it's big news, and also that tweet that KitFox put out in a response to, because like, KitFox tweeted out this. If I jump over to their Twitter account. They tweeted out this. Dwarf Fortress at MoMA, right? Because there's a video games and other interactive things at the Museum of Modern Art right now. And, you know, it got a lot of responses and likes. And this person said, but when's the Steam release? Please and thank you. Sooner than you might think. This tweet got like, oh God, like Twitch streamers trending in Canada. Weird. Anyway, I genuinely feel that means that we might see a release date. Like 60-40. An in-depth edition of food spices? I mean, that would be very weird. If he did, you know, honestly, if there's like any large mechanical changes for this next version, I will be shocked. I know that there's like, supposedly kids can do chores now. Once they can walk, they can like haul and clean and like do basic crafts. And I know there's been some like shifting in the tasks of words. There's been some shifting tasks around masonry shops, like mason. No, it's chores, not child labor. Don't confuse the two. One of them bad, the other one's fine. There's a supposedly masons shops are no longer called mason shops. They're now called stone cutters shops. And some of the jobs from the stone cutters shops are now done at the crafts dwarf shop and vice versa. Because according to Tarn, it's an inaccurate representation of child slaves. They're not slaves. You have to purchase them for them to be slaves. Oh no. All right, well, I got to screenshot these for Stone because Stone ain't here right now. But, you know, something that's been happening more and more is people have been commenting on the VODs of Longdeath and saying, so you're going to restart this when Premium comes out, right? No. Oh, well. The enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. It's the third siege of the day. Time to celebrate. Who's excited, chat? Third siege of the day. All right, so we gotta pull some levers right quick. I gotta go up here. I gotta pull that lever. Well, that's about it. Restart? Yeah, I know, right? I mean, I would consider restarting after I finish it, but that's after it's done. And maybe like 2 years later. As many mods as appeared in RimWorld? I mean, there's already like hundreds and hundreds of mods for Dwarf Fort, so yeah. Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, modding Dwarf Fortress is different than modding RimWorld. It's difficult to add new mechanics. It's possible, but it's difficult. But like, you can add a new creature to Dwarf Fortress by literally just like opening up Notepad, writing 2 lines of text down, a description, and then just copy and pasting it into your game files. I'm actually, I feel like that'll happen pretty quick. Someone's going to make a tile set that's just RimWorld with like a RimWorld flavor text mod. That wouldn't surprise me. Okay. Another big siege. All right. But yeah, that actually wouldn't surprise me all that much. Armor, if somebody did that. I think like as many, it's like, well, I don't know. I mean, like to give you an idea, one of my favorite mods for Dwarf Fortress is a total conversion mod that just adds a shit ton of Star Wars stuff. You know, it takes out all the default races and it turns them all into different Star Wars factions. It adds in like 1,000 different kinds of droids. It adds in like blasters and plasma cutters and all sorts of other things, and it makes the only playable race in the game Jawas. That's pretty great. Jawa Fortress is a great mod. There's the Mushroom Kingdom overhaul mod. There's a fantastic science fiction mod that called The Long Night, which is phenomenal. The problem is, like, none of these mods have tile sets, right? Because, like, for Dwarf Fortress, like, you know, it's all flavor text, right? It's all ASCII and flavor text, so it's very easy to mod the current game. But Premium will require a tile set, right? So you'll need, like, a new tile for each new character, which also includes a lot of variety. So I feel like modding the game will be harder once Premium's out, considering how many sprites are going to be in Premium anyway, like, by default. So I think there's already a lot of mods for Dwarf Fortress. They're just maybe not what people would expect from a mod normally, because, you know, like, you don't need to make custom graphics to make a mod for Dwarf Fort, right? You just make a mod for Dwarf Fort. All right, well, we got all that stuff closed, so let's open this up. Baddie enter fort, baddie in fort. You know why? It's because they're not widely accessible. And the number of people that actually get deep enough into Dwarf Fortress right now that need mods, to want mods, is actually very low. Because, you know, there's a a large number of people download RimWorld, or not RimWorld, Dwarf Fortress every month. A large number of people download Dwarf Fortress every month. Not that many people actually play it a lot, right? Because the active player base for Dwarf Fortress, while it exists, it's not huge, you know? Certainly not the size of something like RimWorld. Like, there isn't 12,000 people playing Dwarf Fortress right now. There's probably a couple hundred people playing Dwarf Fortress right now in the world, but there's definitely not thousands. At least that's me just making a conservative guess, right? So because of that, there's a fraction of those people are going to play the game enough that they want mods, right? Like, in order to play a game like this enough to run out of content, you really need to put thousands of hours into Dwarf Fortress. And very few people put enough time into Dwarf Fortress for it to be worth it to, you know, cram a bunch of time into adding mods into Dwarf Fortress. So the reason you don't see as many mods for Dwarf Fortress constantly popping up is because there isn't a demand for it. But I can't predict what modders are going to do. I do know that there is an active modding scene for Dwarf Fort, and like there's a couple new mods a month already that pop up on the Dwarf Fortress database. As far as large mods go, like those mods all exist because somebody wanted to make it, and it usually exists so that they can make it for themselves. Like Long Night only has wide distribution because of Krug Smash. The Mushroom Kingdom mod has like less than 1,000 downloads on it overall. The Star Wars mod is equally small. Like, there's a Pokemon mod that adds every single one of the 900-something fucking Pokemon into the game. And so there's just, like, giant creatures that shoot fireballs constantly everywhere, which is kind of awesome. But, like, again, not that many people are actually going to download and play with those mods, right? So, I mean, like, the Jawa Fortress mod, how many downloads does that have? And that's a current, like, actively updated mod. Let's see. So for the current version, the Star Wars mod has 422 downloads. Which is not very many. So it's like, I guess you just need to realize at the end of the day, like, because there isn't as many people playing a game, there isn't as much demand. So the more demand you can get, then the more mods get made. Also, the more public that demand is as well. That also very much helps. The demand is not super public right now because there's, like, you know, no Steam mods or anything. I was too busy with other things and I didn't get around to updating this trap. So all of the cages are not reset, which kind of sucks. I could manually reset them, but I think I'll just let my dwarves fight a little bit. I mean, question, Muchies, do you play Dwarf Fortress? Just because you're new here, so I don't actually know. Hmm. 0 out of 4 of investments today. You know, even though we got a big raid today, it's been tough holding a crowd today. That sucks. Bad faces. Thanks to everybody who is hanging around, though. Appreciate you guys. Okay, you're the one in first. Let's follow you. Did they actually bring dogs this time? Nope, no war dogs and no horses this time. Their military is slowly getting scarier. Slowly. There we go. Comes the military. Let's see, how close is the main army? Pretty far away. We just need that big old glob of dudes. Big old glob of dudes to be in there. The raids are still trash? Yeah, but like the first few raids that, I mean, like raids are trash in Dwarf Fortress anyway, but like the first few that we got from this faction was literally just unarmed recruits. And now they're at the point where they send raids that have horses and trained dogs sometimes. Also, when I was talking about raids, I was talking about like other streamers raiding my Twitch channel, but yeah. I just want to say, chat, if you're watching the stream right now, can I get a round of beers? Just curious how many people are listening to the stream. Today's been kind of a tough one to hold on to traffic. This past month has been rough for traffic in general. As a streamer playing video games on the internet. I think that with much improvement of accessibility, the game being based on tile sets will greatly expand the amount of variability of mods. I think that it'll do the opposite, but you believe it'll popularize even more in the financial support and Untitled for future updates? I mean, of course we'll have future updates. I mean, we'll have future updates regardless of how well the game does financially. But that's just because we have two crazy people that are just working on the game. But that was kind of a non-statement, I believe, but I don't really agree, though. I think that tile sets make modding a game harder because you have to have art. The second you have to have art, you lose coherency, and losing coherency makes the game look less appealing. Of wagon recruits yet? I don't think that bug still exists in the game. I seem to recall reading something about that not being possible anymore. Quite literally. So I don't think I can get wagon recruits. I'd have to go back like 10 versions in the game. Maybe more. I have to go to like 42 or maybe even 37. I can't even remember what version of the game you played Arch Crystal on. So. Still lava in here. Terrified while in conflict. Well, hope you're at the very least happy about, That's not a happy dwarf. Yeah, but if you generate a world in one version that has bugs in it, and you move the game to a new version, you will retain certain bugs. But also 42 was a long time ago. No, but that joke does. Armor. Not in this discussion, maybe in the context of Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but not in the context of Dwarf Fortress and versions of Dwarf Fortress and bugs that are in Dwarf Fortress. So no, it doesn't bug me, and no, 42 is not everything. It's only everything in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but this isn't Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, it's Dwarf Fortress. Now, if you want to make a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy Dwarf Fortress mod, then we could talk about that. Otherwise, no. Alright, looks like that big old glob of humans is finally making it into my stairway. Looks like it is. Prefect. Probably just leave those ones out. We mostly just need this big old wall of humans right there. Have they made is there a Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy video game? That seems like the sort of thing that there'd be like some very obtuse mud for, and that's about it. Just because there's a Discworld mud, for fuck's sake. Chat, I've got a question. What do you think is the rarest game you've played? And I don't mean rare as in like physical rarity, like a very rare cartridge. But what is a game that you've played that you think is the least likely that anyone else you know or has met has played? kind of a wraparound sentence, but I think you guys might understand what I mean. I have a lot of answers to this, but that's also not fair because I've played so many weird, obtuse games. Star Trek Birth of the Federation? I don't even know what that is. Don't even know what that is. Super Mecha Champions? Like that's either like something on the Super Nintendo or it's a phone game. It's not a contest, it's just I'm curious what average people in the chat think is their rarest game. Just going to quickly cancel that one, as I need these soldiers out first. All right, let's shut that squad off. Get them out. And pull this lever. And that lever. And let the lava pour begin. Oh, shit. I also forgot to close the drain. Whoopsies. Been very cruddy with this one. It's like Fortnite but cooler. But there's absolutely nothing cool about Fortnite. Did they really just close that and then... what are you doing? Igo, what are you doing? I hope that this doesn't squish this dwarf. Close? I know that there's a Wheel of Time mud. I'm like weirdly versed in various muds. Whew, lag. I want this dwarf to turn around. You're gonna die, aren't you? Oh, nope. Damn, that was close. Hygo damn near got squished in a bridge. She didn't feel anything while in conflict with the floor. Her lower leg skids along the ground, but it was deflected by her iron greaves. And her upper leg skids along the ground. She probably hit the ceiling, too. I was very close to dying there. Anyway, stuff's burning. The problem is I kind of fucked up, so a bunch of them are in the drain. I kind of fucked up a little bit, so, whoops. It's fine. So your characters don't expire? I feel like I mention the Discworld mud maybe once every 3 months on Twitch. It's got to be like every couple of months I mention that the existence of that mud. So I guess what we're going to have to do with this is just toast them all. And then once we're done toasting them, just open up the drain and vent them out the side. Because most of these humans are getting toasted in this, which is pretty good. But we'll still need to, like, toast those extra ones. That's such a fucked up sentence. We still have extras that we need to toast. So chat, raise your glass, I guess, in a toast for all these humans that are now toast. Because he's toast. And as they say in Street Fighter, toasty! Chad, I made some pretty great blackberry jam this week. It's pretty good on toast. Is that Mortal Kombat? Oh, I don't know. They're all the same to me. I'm not a fighting game person at all. There's like 2 modes for fighting games in my brain. And that's, there's fighting games that are anime fighters, and then there's fighting games that are not anime fighters. Every time you go back to the kitchen, he asks for beer. I mean, I'm not, like, paying attention to where you are. If you don't happen to be at the computer, like, it's no sweat if you don't post a beer. It's only a problem if nobody posts a beer. If lots of people are already posting, that's all good. But thanks for continuing to watch the stream. All right, the siege is still going on somehow. Even though they're down to very few, and, you know, like, Zaki's on fire currently. But we're going to have a lot of armor to melt down afterwards, not you armor. You're heading out to do your bit and keep the economy running by spending money? We'll see you when we see you. Here's Satchmo. Go spend some good money. My, neighbor's actually going to Ukraine to spend money. He's got a bunch of family out there. He's like, yeah, he's going to go out there and renovate his extended family's house and build them a fire pit and do a bunch of other things. I'm like, so why are you going to do that exactly? He's like, well, you see, all these kids in this town are unemployed right now. So I'm going to go out there. I'm going to hire a bunch of teenagers and just pay them to, like, renovate his family's house. Which is kind of a neat concept, I guess. One way to help in times of war, I suppose. How's the fortress going? Fortress is all right. These humans are a little warm right now. By little warm, I mean I'm burning them all one by one. So that's pretty great. Aside from that, I'm personally okay. Not terrible. I've been better, certainly, but I've also been worse. A little bit stressed because I have to travel this weekend. I'm going to PAX West to hopefully get my hands on a playable copy of the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress. Otherwise, I will just be simply chilling and saying hello to people. That's about it. Well, I mean, if you were looking for a sound command, Perilous, they do cost money on my Patreon, but I don't have a toast command. They're $7 a month for those, which you hear sometimes, or $25 for a custom one. That's how Streamer pays his bills. Without those, I wouldn't be here doing this as a job, most likely.
Cheese for everyone!
Woodcode knows what's up. Oh, also. Yeah, but, you know, ahead of that, I mean, big news. Probably big news, for Dwarf Fortress releasing tomorrow, supposedly. So says Kit Fox, so says Tarn. As for what it is, fuck if I know. Hot craft singles? There's nothing hot about craft singles. That would just be like melted plastic. I'm sorry, did I just see something burning? Oh no, I definitely saw the pumps pumping lava. There's a reason they're called singles and not cheese. I mean, it's just like that guy that like went to City Hall to complain that boneless wings are nuggets and not wings. I don't know if any of you guys remember this, but it was pretty good moment where he's just like, if it's a boneless nugget, it's no longer a nugget, it's a wing. Did you? Okay, so Fight Attack, I got bad news. Your mom's dead, and which they died of old age, right? So not a huge issue, but the kind of sad issue is you clearly died while she was carrying you. So I didn't really clue into the fact that that was your mom when she died, but I just saw you crawling around. So yeah, bad news. Rough day. It's fine. You're living to replace your mumsy. It's okay. For the most part, I would say. Yes, indeed. Yep. Good luck to next, baby. No, you'll make it. You're almost 1 year old, and they're dumping water on you. You're glad this is a Dwarf Fortress stream because out of context. Well, I mean, it's just like, you know, all of the memes about the fucking Crusader Kings subreddit, where it's just like, how do I fuck my sister? I'm trying to assassinate my mom. I need to marry my daughter to my uncle to keep the bloodline pure, but she doesn't want to. Stuff like that. I would honestly say the Crusader Kings out of context is worse than Dwarf Fortress out of context. Although maybe once we get plots in Dwarf Fortress that the player can activate, we'll get that sort of thing. It's like, I'm trying to assassinate the king. The fuck? Have you never seen Crusader Kings? Crusader Kings is so problematic out of context. Sethados, thank you very much for checking out a gift. Cheers. Helping keep this weird channel funded. One gift sub at a time. Gotta run. Cheers! I'm confused. Why did that go off twice? Very confused. But anyway, thank you very much for gifting a sub. And, so this is, so underneath this post, right? Because this is the Dwarf Fortress PAX panel official Twitter announcement from KitFox. The other panel that KitFox is taking part in is the hottest video game character. Who is the hottest video game character? So what's happening down here is like Eurus for sexiest game character. But this person just sent in this, which is the Forgotten Beast, Keta, has come. A great three-eyed deer. It has large mandibles and it squirms and fidgets. Its light blue hair is long and straight. Beware its poisonous bite. I'll have you know that a hairless ass is far hotter than a three-eyed deer. Chat, can I get a big round of beers, by the way? For Sethados gifting a sub to Drovin. And thanks for gifting a 14th sub. You've dated worse? I don't know. My favorite Forgotten Beast I've ever seen was a huge hairless ass, which breathed fire. And you know what? There's something about that. It's way too funny. In context or out of context, it's just way too funny. Human Siege is finally donezo. Quite a few depressed dwarves in the fort right now. I think there was something about it squirms and fidgets beware its deadly fire. Or maybe it is bloated, actually. Anyway, yeah, it was a huge hairless ass. Habermallow, thanks for that Prime sub. Brand new subscription. Don't get those very often. Cheers.
Chat, can I get a big round of beers? That brand new Prime sub. Cheers. What did that say? Red Octobear, the tavern keeper, says, I have communed with English, the embraced roses. I am so spiritually moved. I mean, someone has to be. So yeah, we'll just let this whole thing fill up and then we'll just spill it to the side. That's the plan. Also, if anybody's feeling generous, Bastet needs a sub. Just saying. Also, if anybody happens to be near the MoMA, Museum of Modern Art, I recommend going right now because there's a display happening featuring a lot of video games, including Dwarf Fortress. It's worth making the pilgrimage to the Museum of Modern Art if you happen to be in the general vicinity. Or like a reasonable distance, you know? As well as other things like Papers, Please and EVE Online and Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy. But Dwarf Fortress is headlining the event, so if you want to go see a bunch of video games in a museum, it might be a neat experience. I'll be honest, if I was like a reasonable enough distance from there, I would go. I wonder if they'd ever put that art exhibit on tour. It's just a bunch of video games. If they ever sent that to the Vancouver Art Museum, I'd go. Well, how's it doing up top? It's filled all the way to the top, so it's just the bottom half now. And this feels like it's filling slower than previous. The UK National Gaming Museum? There's multiple. Because there's the Game Activists Archive. There's the Strong Museum. And then there's that one. There's several. There's at least there's also a pinball museum in the US. I'll say that's in Philly. But yeah, there's a few different like video game and game adjacent museums in North America. We actually on Vancouver Island in Victoria, there is the world's largest action figures museum, which I'm not interested in at all, but like, you know, if you want to go look at G.I. Joe figures, they got that. It's like $5 to go in. I went in there once. It was kind of neat. Walked around it for 10 minutes. Went, all right, that's about all the entertainment value I'm going to get out of this. And then I left. I mostly care about the MoMA's Museum of Modern Art because that's where Dwarf Fortress is, right? And also because, you know, you can officially tell people that Getting Over It with Bennett Foddy is art because it's in the Museum of Modern Art. So thus it must be art, right? Also, for anybody who missed it, the PAX panel itself for Dwarf Fortress will be streamed Friday, September 2nd at 4 p.m. Pacific time. Currently, it is 4 p.m. Pacific time. It's 4:12 p.m. So at this time on Friday, on that Twitch channel, PAX 3, there will be a Dwarf Fortress panel being streamed. I'll be putting up a notification on my Discord and all that and recording it for YouTube. So you could also just like subscribe to my YouTube channel and get like an upload of it after the fact. But I will be
recording it and making a video out of it. I'm going to be so busy on Friday. Holy fuck. So Friday, I have a podcast to record. Then after that, I'm just going to probably pack for PAX because I have to go to PAX the next day. And I'm literally just going to be sitting here and editing that panel into some sort of like, I don't know, YouTuber e-reaction video. And then upload that. Then probably edit something else because it'll be the 2nd. Which leads me to believe on the 1st, which will be Thursday, we'll get Future of the Fortress stuff. So I'm also going to be editing and uploading a Future of the Fortress video. Ugh. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be a busy Friday. It's gonna be a busy Friday. So I might even end early Thursday and edit that, depending. Because I've been told time and time again by a number of people who are just like, I watch the Dwarf Fortress news videos, but I really like the Future of the Fortress ones. The people who like those videos really, really like them. Makes me kind of happy that I've like built this show of just literally reading Tarn's blog posts. The thing that I'm happiest about with that show though on YouTube especially is that like Tarn thanked me for doing it. Cause like I feel like there's a lot of like people who make games who'd probably be like, you're just reading my blog posts, sir. And not be super thrilled about it, but also, for those of you who like traditional roguelikes, by the way, I put up a video of this the other day. Check out this thing. It's free. But kind of a neat little thing. Kind of a neat little thing. Worth looking at, put it that way. It's not super daunting or hard to get into, but it's a very builds-focused, single-room roguelike. With quite a bit of potential, I think. Quite a bit of potential. It's also not too hard to get into or figure out how to play. How much booze do we have? 4,100? Yeah, we good. We good on booze. Also, fight a tech. Wandering around. Seems to be happy about receiving water. He's 1 year old, born on the 24th of Timber in the year 418. What time of year is it? 17th of Sandstone? I don't know when Timber is. Also, chat room, if anybody has any questions or wants to talk about anything related to Dwarf Fortress or unrelated, I'm open. Just trying to keep chat moving at this point. It's one of those difficult times where it's kind of hard to keep the chat moving. That's not what I meant, Pilot, but is there even anything for me to read? I don't think there is. Yeah, not really. Major kobold infestations ordered by Mayor. Gremlin before death comes soon. And all continues voting day nightclub calms. What? Okay. You tried? I mean, start a conversation. Don't use the thingy. If anything, I would say that thing does the opposite of start conversations. How are you not worried about sieges? Do you have any big plans for the fort in weeks? I'm not worried about sieges because I am too good at building defenses. And do I have any big plans for the fort? No, because I'm kind of expecting Premium Dwarf Fortress to come out. So, no, not really. I'm kind of a little bit distracted with other things. Just keep the fort from dying currently. Isn't there takeaways that video games are like getting over it with Bennett Vonnie? You know, honestly, I would rather like some elderly lady go to the MoMA and be like, video games are shirtless man in cauldron with sledgehammer than seeing Dead Island and just going, it's making kids ultra violent. You know what I mean? Like,
if your first impressions of video games is like a 50-50 toss-up between getting over it with Bennett Foddy and this, personally, I think it would be much better for your only experience with video games to be getting over it with Bennett Foddy. God, what the hell is that? That is a pre-order special edition bonus for Dead Island Riptide. You seem pretty much alive still. So I don't know how you know, you could be dead, but yeah, anyway, that was a pre-order bonus for Dead Island Riptide, and it's what they described as a conversation starter and would look good on any mantle. Literally like a decapitated torso. So, you know, yeah, it kind of caused some drama when that was out. And I was thinking about that thing recently because Dead Island 2 finally got properly reannounced. Multiple stages of the approval. It wasn't even that long ago. When did Dead Island Riptide come out? Dead Island Riptide came out in 2013, so like 9 years ago? Yeah, April 2013, so 9 years ago. Techland made it. Published by Deep Silver. It's also, you know, still on Steam. Mostly positive reviews. I never played either of the Dead Island games, because there's Dead Island and then Dead Island Riptide, but the gist that I get is that, like, Dying Light is just Dead Island, but a bajillion times better, so perhaps it's, for the best, really. Yeah, that was kind of always the impression I got, is that Dying Light was just Dead Island, but better. Well, it's Dead Island, but with parkour, which obviously makes it better. Meditate on death and pondering autopsy. Should really give these dwarves some paper so that they can write some stuff. Let's also lock all the dwarves in the tavern for a bit. Give them a break. Because frankly, it's been a rough couple of weeks for these dwarves. They've got a lot of work that they've needed to do. Let's just make sure that you're actually attending that meeting, dwarf. Man, I wonder why they always get stuck right there. No. The dwarves read and like reading books, and they don't really process it as, like, disturbing or anything. Felt satisfied while crying on somebody in charge. So yeah, no, that's not really how books work. Books are just a positive mood buff regardless of the context of the book. They don't actually read the context of the book. That just exists as flavor text for the person, us, reading it. The human playing the video game, not for the dwarves in the video game. Also, chat, I'm thinking about playing some more Zero Sievert this evening. What do you guys think? Because that game was fun. And I still have it, even though the demo's over.
Watch the metal smithing demonstration. Sweet. All of the dwarves are moving up into the tavern or up into here. Or over to there. And let's see, how deep is the lava? Four of 7. How deep is it right there? I just kind of want that to get up to 7 of 7 because I need them all to get whooshed. If they don't get whooshed, then, well, there's no point in even doing this in the first place. Stuff's still burning down there. But yeah, it's just like, you know, if, I mean, actually here, I'll show you my favorite piece of artwork in this fortress. And I can also give you the backstory of it. It's this random capital H over here in the corner, right? Engraved on the wall is an exceptionally designed image of a horse by Eternal. The horse is falling. The artwork relates to the collision of a horse with an obstacle in the mid-autumn of 31. So in the mid-autumn of 31, chat, in this world, a buzzard dive-bombed a trading caravan and knocked the wagon off of, well, up here. Knocked a wagon off of this. And a horse went over the edge and went, wee, splat, and exploded into a billion pieces. I remember I was just sitting here, my camera was sitting right here, and then suddenly this red thing appeared and went, psh, I was like, what the fuck? Because a horse got knocked off of the top ledge. That doesn't bother dwarves. They're totally okay with that, so. I would assume that is the same thing. This poor dwarf. They like life so much when they're not in prison. They just hate being in prison, and they keep getting put in prison because they keep committing crimes. Stop committing crimes, and I won't need to throw you in jail, you dumb dwarf. Have to cut all these down afterwards. All right, are we all the way to the end yet? We're almost all the way to the end. It's been a while since I've pushed the lava all the way out that far. It's still filling. But all of the layers will start to fill back here. I think that this stockpile looks significantly more nice now. Previously, it was very messed up. Crime, a dwarf beating up another dwarf, attacking another dwarf, murdering another dwarf, toppling an item, throwing something, causing public distress, that sort of thing. That's crime. Doing something that could damage another dwarf, cause physical harm to another dwarf, or break an item. Or damage furniture. Something along those lines. You know, I know I've already, like, downplayed whether or not I think they're going to get a release date tomorrow. To be honest, chat, I really fucking hope it's a release date tomorrow. I really, 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 really do. And I hope it's soon. All right, though, chat room. I'm going to be honest. Chat's kind of quiet. There's really one person talking. And it's 4:30. So I think I'm going to pull one lever, see if we can torch the last of these humans, and then I think we're going to swap games. Kind of wanted to play Longdeath a little bit longer today, but just kind of isn't a thing for today, unfortunately. Let's get that lever pulled and see if we can torch the last of these. What am I going to switch to? I'm thinking Zero Sievert, unless there's massive complaints. I never want you to buy me games. If you want to support me financially. I have too many games already. I don't want anybody to buy me games. Part of the reason I refuse to add people on Steam now is because I don't want people to gift me games. So no, I don't want you to buy me a game. If I really want to play a game, I will just go get code for it. I've told you this before, Armor. I don't want people to gift me games. So I would actively request you do not buy me games. Okay. Yeah, that looks like enough lava speed to get the last of them. Don't worry about it. It's all good. But please don't do that. It's like, I appreciate it when it happens, but it's like, I will tell you this. It is the least effective, far and away the least effective way to support me. And it's largely just a waste of everybody's time and money because I have a very set number of games that I can play on my stream, very specific types of games I like to play on my stream, and I don't really play games off stream. So gifting me games is largely just a waste of money. Pretty sure he still hasn't played the game that you gifted me drunkenly a while back. I launched it once, but no, I really haven't gotten into the signal state much. Like, trust me, gifts mean something. It's nice when people do it, but if you want to support this channel, that is the far and away least efficient way to do it. Like, I'd rather you just gift a sub to somebody than gift a game. If you want to gift somebody a video game, gift somebody a game that, you know, it's not a tax write-off for them. You know, gift it to somebody who would appreciate that genuinely. Cannon Fodder the Second withdraws from society. No idea what that is. I know a Murray, but I don't know what the game Murray is. I would say a cheese runner is pretty rare, but maybe not so much in this one room.
Cheese for everyone!
You going for wood? I think this dwarf is going for wood. Kiddo's going for wood. Oh, yeah, that would be pretty rare. Starting a fist fight. Oh, that's a great sign. Oh no, don't you beat up the child. Don't do it. Okay, he didn't do it. Why is my phone going off? Neighbors sending me low-fat recipes again. He tries. You gifted it to like 50 people? Oh, really? Wow. Please don't gift it to me. Mostly because I don't like that type of platformer. Oh, no. You just beat up my messenger. Why are you beating up Arch? God damn it, man. I hope that you... Oh, no, wait. What's throwing a tantrum? Man. I'm going to have to expel one or two of these dwarves. Oh, that was a quick one. Arch knows what he did. Literally nothing wrong. Investments are open, though, chat. If you want to invest your tickets. All right. Well, all of the humans have been torched. The various tantrums are done. Red Octobear is probably going back to prison. Nope, just getting a beating. But I think that's a pretty good spot to leave Longdeath. That's almost 2 years of time we did. Which means the next time we play Longdeath, we get to go to everybody's favorite year of 420. Which is amusing if you have a childlike mind. But I think that's it for Longdeath for the day. Hello, Timeco Steve. What's up? Or Timco Steve? What's up? How's things? We are just swapping games, as I've been playing Dwarf for about 7 hours. So we're going to swap games for a bit. So if you're tuning in just for Dwarf Fort, then I feel kind of bad, but it is what it is. We'll be playing Dwarf Fort probably all day tomorrow. There's one other person playing Dwarf Fort you could go watch if you're just looking for that. Otherwise, hello. You know, I didn't expect my quickie repost of this Dwarf Fortress panel to the subreddit to get 100 upvotes, but I guess this is where I live now. I still can't get over how amusing it is that the two panels that KitFox are taking part in are Dwarf Fortress Steam Edition demo and who's the hottest game character? Like sideways boyfriend dungeon marketing. All right. So I still have 0 Sievert, so we're going to go play that. Of which the demo is no longer available for. So if anybody, if you're sticking around, if I could get a round of beers, that would be cool. And anything that you